So insert word here that you have to do everything to protect yourself, which means you have designed an area around the items. These niggas on that bullshit. Cause they know what they need is more words. What they needed is some more words. Yeah. Yes, my girl. But it ain't nothing but a number. It ain't nothing but a number. Here it is, my playlists. It is not what I want. There we go. And noise breaks.
To hear you whisper hey boy, I wanna breathe your air more, run my fingers through your hair more. Cause we groove, you call, I move slow. We groove, you call, I move slow. I just wanna hear you breathe more.
That's right. Still can't hear half out of my head, so same as usual until this ear infection is resolved. I'm not fully here right now. I'm currently in business mode.
you but more, babe. Do you see the light every day? Turn back now. You only crying just because there's no return now. No, this lying has to stop. Lying has to stop. Lying has to stop. Never told you lying has to stop. All this lying has to stop. Who was that? Was it love me? Who was that? Who were you? Loved you. Baby, it's you. How did I know? I was different, but you were too. Matching socks and old cartoons. Wish those days never changed.
Hurts. That helps with the pressure, but Jesus fucking Christ, does that hurt? Marginal hearing gain. Ooh, baby, yeah, what you wanna do? All that now. That's why I'm walking on a lot. Knows that now. Just don't take the glass. Just don't have that. Okay. Interrupt. I'm just physically disabled because of the fucking fungus. It's like liquid pressure. This sort takes everything you're fucking doing. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10:17 a.m. on a Sunday on March 29th, 2026. It's your boy Carl with yet another Yap-In number 44. Last we spoke, I went to the doctor. The doctor was able to identify that Marathon did not give me a perforated eardrum. It instead gave me a fungal infection to my ear. And I've been trying to treat it and nurse it while also doing regular material and content. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for me to hear people should they choose to call in to speak, as well as listening to some audio and some clips. So please be patient with my fungi eardrum. Aside from that, I need to do my hair. So I'll be doing my hair while we do the preparatory open here. But we have lots to talk about. It's just the unfortunate case that it's all the same shit that we've already discussed. So updates rather than necessarily new findings. But alas, the show goes on. So, with all my pills in the upright axiom position, let's begin and end at the top of the show. If you would like to become a fan or a member of the channel and or the audience, consider joining the Discord. Consider liking and sharing the content to your friends and family, especially your mamas. And consider giving a humble donation everywhere where single-player Carl and Carl-based accessories can be sold, as the neighborhood is waiting. Yo, timeshare is waiting. So, let's get into the news of it. For most people that have been paying attention to the marathon conversation, the marathon conversation is currently in an idling pattern. I've described this, and Decembro, friend of the channel, has also described this in their own content. It continues to be a point of pain with the particular game's processes and its development. The conversation is stuck in the axiomatic position of everybody who we don't like are gay retard pedophiles. However, the problem here is, unironically, yes, that is exactly how they view it. So if I can go find it. Those was earlier on in the week. Here it is. The generalized position is this. Marathon hate is so forced that I have to assume it's part of the Epstein-directed culture war. Considering how the haters seem to be MAGA chuds en masse, I feel like this only serves to prove my point. We have reached the everyone who hates the thing I like is pedophile adjacent portion of the marathon discourse. And no, they are not kidding. I've possibly posted a little bit about this inside of the posts, while also posting other things that some people have slowly found, because I put out a video, although it's more like a shit post, encouraged from online posting, by the name of Kingdom Boondocks. If you've seen it, you basically, I don't know. Type one of the jokes I said into chat. I don't know. Because I was testing to see if it was possible for people to be better aware of content if I unchecked the notify subscriber box. With shitposts, I don't think they're the same thing as moderate news. But for what it's worth. That's a thing that I did. However, relevant to the point, the conversations about Marathon are floating around various levels of exposition. For example, there is a post made by Ginger Prime, Del Monte B. Marathon design lacks an on-ramp for casual players to become hardcore. Unlike Destiny 1's success, Marathon offers no path for growth, potentially alienating a huge audience. This design flaw hinders its viability as a live service video game. Now, to add context, we're going to listen to a little bit of this, not all of it. If you'd like to listen to all of it, here's the tweet. Go have fun.
Casuals can live at the lowest level and have a ball, and they feel like they're rewarded. But then you got people that do trials, dungeons, and raids and what have you. And I thought this was so perfect. Somebody said that like Destiny 1 turned casuals into hardcore players. And that was a big complaint in Destiny 2, was suddenly they were trying to make hardcore players play in a casual way with like static roles and everything else. And I look at Marathon and I'm like, if you want people to cross the Rubicon and become a hardcore Marathon player, there's no opportunity for them to do that. There is no way for a casual to become a hardcore. That's why Destiny's recipe worked. I hated raids in Destiny 1, and then I became a guy that streamed and played raids all of the time because I was able to, over time, develop that love and become a more hardcore player. And it's like, if there's no on-ramp for that, you're basically saying you're either hardcore from the beginning or you're never going to play this game. And I think that's a terrible strategy for a live service game. There's no on-ramp.
Bungie has been working on the same game for like so long, I think, that they forgot how to make an onboarding experience. And you see that in both Marathon and the Destiny New Light experience. They're just the worst experiences in gaming. It's like, yeah, you have to play 8 hours before the game gets good because, well, the first 8 hours is actually crap.
So, to back end this, I can describe the point directly. In Marathon, a part of the new player experience from RIP is that you must go into maps over time and complete 6 liaison contracts in order to activate the accruement of loyalty so that you may be able to actually play the game from a competitive standpoint. I want a picture. I need a picture. I do not want to have to open Marathon in order to demonstrate this. Oh my fucking god, why do they have to do it in such most retarded way possible? That's a horrible picture. That's a horrible picture. That's a horrible picture. That's a horrible picture. I suppose that'll have to do. No, found what I want. Got it. Okay. So. Got what I'm looking for. Okay. So. What that means, and what that looks like, is it looks like this. When you are a Supreme Elite player who's playing at levels of gameplay possible to you for your interest, you will have an account progression that looks like this. You've got 6 contracts: Cyberacne, Nucleoric, Troxus, Mida, Arachne, and Sekaguchi Genetics, shortened to SecGen. However, when you are starting out new, it actually looks like this. In order for you to take the status of the other 5 contractor liaisons and their factions from a read-only non-active status into an active playable mission mode status, the ability to do this is based around going into your difficulty missions where you are playing against other players. The problem with this is that it does not have a proper onboarding experience. And the reason it doesn't have a proper onboarding experience is that some of the code that you will hear, for example, is that the game gives you access to something about Perimeter Beginner being accessible. As the game will try to explain it, attempt but fail, they will attempt to frame your access to content as a training area. Try to get an access to the windows, but oh my god, nobody ever fucking takes screen caps of inside windows of the game anymore, which is extremely retarded. Okay, again, found a picture I want. So, what it looks like, or rather looked like, is it looked something various to this. It hides itself once you're no longer considered in the range to use the system, but there are technically 4 maps. You have Perimeter, you have Perimeter Duo, you have Dire Marsh, you have Outpost. On the weekends, you have Cryo Archive and the ranked mode setting, but it technically is only 3 locations, because Perimeter Beginner, much like Perimeter Duo, is a playlist. It uses playlist logic. As in, when I go and I queue into Perimeter, I'm queuing into the Perimeter playlist. I'm not queuing into a specific zone designed specifically for people like me. I'm not going into the zone that is specifically designed for, I would like to complete the mission, but I do not want to have to deal with bloodthirsty players. There is no skill-based matchmaking, there is no EOMM matchmaking, and unlike Arc Raiders, which is the correct solution for this problem, there is no aggression-based matchmaking. The matchmaking of Marathon is permanent violence. It is always hardcore, always violent encounters, always throwing new players into the same mixed pool as up-and-coming players trying to get better, and all of the same people who are shitting directly down your fucking throat, despite your ability to try and survive. What this means is, there is not a fair expectation for how one ought go about getting to this level of potential. There is no onboarding experience where one can go from doing this to doing this, because there is no safety net upon which that player can be safely caught and captured within a play cycle that is comfortable for them to play. The reason why they did this is because in their philosophy, they believe that if they throw you into a melting pot, you will either become fire-forged or you'll continue being victimized. I've already described this before, but as we will look at some of these posts and reactions that I posted about, this does not actually make a Fireforged cycle of improving player behavior. What it actually is the interaction of the haves versus the have-nots. This is an exhausting experience. I always use the example of old school RuneScape and Deep Wildy past 30 because that's what it is. A player trying to go to Outpost to do the beginning mission to open up a liaison contract is going to get into the same fucking fights. Why? Because they have to go to a certain area of the map in order to find a quest objective item, and then they have to cross across the map and get to a particular area where they can then scan themselves in a sick vault while their battery is being drained by the virus they infect themselves with for the purposes of that mission. This means a free kidder is going to have basically little to no shields, or constantly having their resources burned through because of the fact this virus is going to rape them for their health pool. Instead of it being a mission that you have to infect yourself with, and then you complete it another time again, a majority of contracts, a majority of missions, a majority of starter missions, they are all missions that require completion in the same run. What that means is that every single time you go into a place like Outpost, should you, as Exo Crusher is saying, get drove by an O block, if you get spotted, 4 people are all going to converge on your position, and they're going to have a firefight around the quest objective. I experienced this on stream with my own play sessions. In various runs of Outpost, including the best one, where I was able to complete the mission, and then I was able to kill 3 other people who were camping around the map, I was then killed on my way to the quest objective by a camper who actively, for 2 minutes at a time, sat in the same hallway, refusing to even loot the body, because they were specifically trying to gatekeep new players that they knew had to cross through that zone to get to finish the mission, which then means that they get knocked off course and completely sabotaged and have to do it again. So, unless you're really lucky and you manage to do it, it is exactly like trying to squeeze past a PK squad while you are running around with trash, hoping that you don't get PK'd. For those of you who are fans, it's basically going to the outside wilderness altar. You go to the wilderness altar to sacrifice bones, because if you sacrifice those bones at that particular coffer, you get a return on your bone cost. You're walking in naked, trying to basically fire sacrifice yourself to get as much off of as possible at the peak time of the morning, outside of what would be considered PK prime time, hoping, praying you can get maximum benefit, or at least a minimum benefit, off of the offerings before you get killed. So even in the course of not having to sacrifice anything because you have a goal that needs to be completed, you're suffering the same bullshit loop again and again and again and again and again. This is not a proper onboarding experience. Now, there are various ways that you could be able to justify this. There are various ways you could make this into an experience that would be viable. For example, what you would need to do is that you would just need to accept the fact that whatever the fuck it is that you're doing, you have to take this game design and put it in a place where it belongs. And address it as that thusly. And by that I mean, gotta go find my thing. Epic pen. It's been a while since I've used this thing. Banana zoo, ooh baby, do what you wanna do. I'm gonna know, don't stop now. Swing like an animal. Ow! Just don't tap the glass. Let's see here if I can use this like this. This does not show up on the screen. I need to make it show up on the screen. I'm gonna have. It's gonna take me a second to get this to work again. Whiteboard between on all screens. Whiteboard between on one screen. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. How do I used to do this? Here we go. Epic pen surface. Display 1. And okay, good, you can see this. So, a way to solve this problem is here, where the game chooses to claim that you need to do something about perimeter. You need to have perimeter beginner. You need to have dire marsh beginner. You need to have outpost beginner. And then cryo is a place that has no beginner mode. You need to do that for every single unique map. Now, perimeter beginner does exist, but it then goes away. So what you need to do is you need to create zones specifically for this purpose. Because the problem is that it's not balanced. It's not a balanced experience. It's not a balanced experience where a player feels like they are being rewarded. It is an experience where they are being punished. Because if I don't have experience doing said thing, widen this to the screen. If I don't have an experience doing said thing, and I'm getting my shit pushed in, just because I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time, getting antagonized by people that can take advantage of the fact that I can't fight them as well as I'd like to, then it is the case that I'm going to constantly get butt fucked every time. So, you need to have perimeter beginner, but it doesn't go away for people. It instead gets locked behind loot value. So instead of beginner maps only existing so that you can do beginner contracts, you need to have these zones have beginner versions that only have people who are doing the missions. You also need to have them be restricted by loot value. Let's say loot value for perimeter requires you to be somewhere between, let's just eyeball it and say 0 to 20k. That color's not very good, but unfortunately it's not the color I have. It's the only few colors I have. Use this color. So in order for this to work, they need to basically be loot value 0 to 20k. Then Dire Marsh. To get here, you need a loot value of, let's say, something on the number of 5 to 50k. 5k being the minimum that allows them to get access to this zone, rather than basing it on level restriction, because it is actually easy to get 5k if you have been able to stockpile some level of wealth from the beginner map. And then, to get an outpost, a loot value somewhere in the ballpark of, let's argumentatively say, something like 20 plus k. Ow. Burp. 20k plus. And the reason why it has to be at least 20k plus is that if you're taking fights in Outpost, you came to the premier fight club in order to fight the material and content. that you are trying to take advantage of. Unfortunately, I forgot how clumsy it used to be using Epic Pen, at least in the streamer format. Unfortunately, the problem that becomes a part of the reality here is that this is not how players actually see the equation. They do not see the equation this way. They do not see the conversation this way. How do they see the conversation, Carl? Well, the way they see the conversation is like this. Y'all make it seem like the game is so damn complex when it's really not. What's so hard for adults or even teenagers to understand about this game? This shit's not fucking rocket science, bro. Just saying shit. One of the dudes said you have to get good at PvP to be good in a PvP game. And oh shit, Sherlock. A mow. Crying emoji. A mow. There are thousands of takes that are like this. For the sake of consideration of my own fucking brain cell, we're going to expedite some of these conversations. Because they're not actually conversations. They're just people being annoying as fuck. But for what it's worth, I already recorded a take of this in video format. So let's go to that post in video format. There's another person who responded to this wholeheartedly, but I'll let Carl explain for me. Take it away, Pass Carl. See that shit right there? You see that shit right there? This right here is a retarded opinion. You know why this is a retarded opinion? It's because Marathon is a hardcore, full-loot PvP video game that disrespects the time of the players because of how its content and its loot is organized and structured. And to claim that you cannot compare a game to any other game unless that other game is also an extraction shooter beats the problem that Marathon is having, which is that if I play any other video game, I get more time and effort out of it, and allegedly no one is allowed to have a conversation because of the fact that something that I've already reported on, something Decembro's already reported on, something anybody with eyes can report on, is that the game is currently losing culture. Losing culture as in there are people who would rather go play something else than play this game because of the fact that there is no actual onboard ramp to bring a casual player into the hardcore environment that Marathon introduces. Now, for context, the thing that is very bad about Marathon, above everything else, above all the other things that are bad about its game cycle, this game, unlike any other extraction shooter, has stats. Stat requirements. Stat blocks. The fact that loot speed exists as a mechanic in the game is one of the biggest reasons why it's bad. But we'll discuss that further when we get there. Take it away, Pascal! Literally, the game is for the unemployed. Which is to say, if you want to be at your peak maximum efficiency, you have to be playing this video game actively in such a way where you are able to make enough money off of it and off of people that you're able to bring yourself to get more content out of the content loop. This is the number one problem and the number one reason why there are people who are falling off Marathon. It does not have an onboarding ramp. It immediately drops people into Perimeter and Perimeter Beginner. And even inside a Perimeter Beginner, that doesn't preclude you from getting killed. It does not ease you in. If it wanted to ease you in, it would have easier methodology upon which to do the liaison contracts in order to be a competitive player. And by a competitive player, I don't mean playing for money on camera on stream. I mean being able to actually play the video game. Since upgrades to your account is tied to your contracts, you must be able to complete the contracts. Which means, with the exception of Arachne, because anytime you kill a player is when you get reputation for Arachne, every single person who wants to play the game will have to get all 6 contract vendors operational and online. And unfortunately, there isn't a beginner version of those zones. Now, is there? And in this beginner version, how long does it last? We both know the answer. The answer is it only lasts until you have completed your first contract, unlocking the ability to get the other contracts. So, when your account vault power and your ability to make things happen for you with just the beginning of Cyber Acme depends on you being able to at least get to Cyber Acme Contract 5. You are already getting abused by the new things that are in the echelon. And because of the way that the content is formulated, that there are no safety routes, there are no safety levers, there are no level guards, all of that material that you're taking interest and investment in directly destroys your ability to play the video game. Do you know why? It's because the content is on a timer based on real world behavior. When the game launched was when everybody who wanted to play the game should have started, because everybody else was on an equal playing field. They all had the same opportunities, the same equipment, and whether they got fucked over by somebody else trying to stop them from getting to the Koopa was what created the ability for that to happen. With no onboard ramp, where people can play, say, arbitrarily, under a value of a loot vault up to 100,000, 50,000, 25,000 loot vault value, they do not have the ability to acquire a playlist where they can go and expect lower level players that are only inside the mission running with free kits. They don't have a zone where they can be able to play in an environment where they can be able to earn up some bank vault value doing some type of PVM mode that gives them the ability to get into the content, since Marathon's game loop is the exact same game loop as OSRS's Debuildy. Which is to say, building an account to go PvP doesn't have a PvE mode or a PvE experience or matchmaking that puts them into lobbies with bloodier players if they're bloody and safer players if they're safer. There is no aggression-based matchmaking. There's no skill-based matchmaking. It's relative to the people in the queue. You have a 100% chance to get shit on by somebody who is better than you. 100%. But you also have a 50% chance to just simply lose because the game has a bug. Or someone is abusing and exploiting a bug. There is no safety rails, there is no safety guards, and they gotta do all that shit just to get to a competitive level of power. There is no world where you can justify that being okay. That's never been okay in any game. Because you see, in every other extraction shooter, there isn't stats that dictate your ability to fight and play, let alone a stat, loot speed, that dictates how quickly I can see what's in a container. It's a bad take. It's a really shitty take. It's a really shitty take. And it's a shitty take that either has two results that caused it to happen. Which is, one, you don't understand and you didn't care and you're just shooting off a toilet tweet. Or two, you really didn't engage in the game loop far enough to think, okay, this is how I experienced it. But what about somebody who's getting off work at 8 p.m. and just wants to get on the game for some fun? I can imagine that fun isn't in the description of getting ass fucked by the same 10 teams in the same 2 maps because they all have better guns than I do, and the only way to get better guns is the fact that I am permanently weaker than them because of what they have. At that point, you might as well just play Rook and start claymoring niggas in the knees. But does that get around the fact that you have to get over that barometer, over that hill? No, it doesn't. So the take remains shitty. Y'all gotta think before y'all speak. Like, this isn't rage bait. You guys are literally killing your game's own culture, because instead of ever criticizing the fact that there is something you could fix and something you can change, y'all niggas would much rather just say, nah, you just dog shit, you just dog shit. And then we see the same shit on the timeline, all over X/Twitter. People complaining about the video game, or people trying to mock other people saying that they don't know how to play the video game, but no clips of people actually playing the game. Very rare to find that. I literally found one today after 500 posts. 50 after I started scrolling specifically within that hour, live on air. Literally in this broadcast, this video is being recorded from. TLDR, stop coping. That's it. Alas, they did not stop coping. So, let's go look through versions of these responses, because there are plenty of them. There are plenty of responses. All of them are shitty, but all of them are shitty in unique different ways. So, starting off with the one that this came from. Comparing Marathon to any other game that isn't a distraction shooter is just entirely irrelevant. Nah, all games are subject to the same forces, how fun or compelling they are to the potential player base. Marathon should have taken cues from Overwatch with their low-skill character design. That's the thing, though. It's not Overwatch. Things aren't supposed to feel fair. Your experience is just happening to you, and in the premise of extraction shooters, it stands out in a gameplay perspective. The devs just have as much time to make challenges needed to appeal to people, or they can do whatever they want. That's just how these games work, and it's expected at this point from their fans. I think Overwatch was made for some fun on a much wider degree of playstyles and a much wider degree of skill levels. Marathon forces you to be a Super Soldier 76. Arc Raiders lets low-skill players in different playstyles thrive much more effectively. I hope you're right, as I do enjoy Marathon, but it's literally using 20% of its player base on Steam every week. The fixes need to come sooner than later. So, effectively, if you try to compare Marathon to any other video game, you're an idiot, and you're dumb, and you're just being irrelevant. Then, we've got takes like this. Marathon offers no path for growth. Frustrating to read because it's just wrong. I guess the factions just don't exist then. You collect salvage and you unlock a variety of upgrades, including unlocking new vendor items and permanent buffs to your character, such as loot speed, heat recovery, self-repair speed, as well as quality of life upgrades, such as vault space, that is also your on-ramp for casual players to become hardcore. The bottleneck is that you have to extract with your salvage in order to get the upgrades, which requires you to have a certain degree of mechanical skill, as if you're not going to come up against people that are more skilled that are going to be more skilled, and as a byproduct, they're probably better equipped. We need to stop playing the virtue card and start acting like this is the game's fault. If someone can't shoot straight and feels like they're not getting anywhere, the game gives you all the tools to succeed. I mean, just find out what materials you need to upgrade, and the map in-game literally tells you where to find them. It's up to you at that point. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. This take is shitty for a variety of reasons, in a lot of special different ways. And a lot of good ways. But unfortunately, this ain't no fucking Aladdin. There will be no magic carpet ride. The fact of the matter is that it has nothing to do with you can't shoot straight and you have elite players. It is I go in with little to nothing and have to find the material, and then I have to leave with the material, and if I'm account level 1, they're account level 50 plus, level 10 plus, level 25 plus, and in any other video game, there is a standard where my weapon does the same damage as your weapon. If we have the same gun, there is no additional attachment that you can really put on it, with the exception of Arc Raider-like upgrades, but let's remove that from the argument, and let's make it as simple as possible. If I have a bully, and you have a bully, if I am level 1 with a gray bully, and you're level 100 with a gray bully, our stats aren't the same! My knife doesn't do the same damage as your knife. My stats aren't going to recover and allow for better opportunity and better capacity than your stats. My loot speed is slower than your loot speed, which means where it takes me 10 seconds to loot a container that has maybe 60 to 70 items in it, it takes you half, if not 70% less time. Mathematically, what does that mean? If we're in a race and it's about us having nothing, starting from nothing, rather than loading into the map with something, or loading into the map with a free kit giving us access to a lower level weapon, or various levels of what the sponsor kits actually allow, because a free kit doesn't offer the same thing as a 5k kit, and I believe it's an 8.5 kit, doesn't offer the same thing in a 5k kit. If this now becomes a question of how am I going to compete against these people, the answer is I don't. And I should be ratting, and I should be avoiding them. Because if I take a direct firefight, I'm going to fucking die. Because I won't have the ability to outgun them. Because even if we have equal level shields, I more than likely am not going to get the opportunity to do so. Why? Because a normal player is not just going to let me take a firefight with them with the guns. The prevalent strategy that is currently presenting itself is Devastator, Thruster, Melee. Why would I bother wasting my bullets on you when I can just thruster towards you, throw up a shield, and then stab you in the fucking head? And if it's a question of whether or not we can be able to take that melee fight, which would be the closest to what most players could be able to actually get away with doing, even though the prevailing logic doesn't tell them that they should be doing that melee is a last resort unless you're playing the assassin frame, which 88% of the fucking player base is. So, when they're solo ratting, they're playing a character designed around being a bitch, and they're only ever taking advantages against people that they know can't fight back, because they can see clearly they don't have a backpack, which means they don't have any other ammunition sources, which means they don't probably have basic heals or any kit heals, and they more than likely can't take the gunfight. They can be able to simply pressure them, their health pools, their shields, constantly, and then just walk behind them and knife them twice, and they're dead. Zero counterplay. Zero reaction time to counterplay. Because in the time in which it's going to happen, they will be dead. In the time in which it would happen, they would be dead. You get a 0.5 second window to react. Can you react within half a second to a person sneaking up on you? Trick question. You're not going to have a chance to, because they're already in melee range of you. You would have had to have been hyper paranoid to see them coming. Thus, your ability to actually fight back is based on how good you are with having handles and senses. Now, I described this in my take various times. In this particular one, ow, my back, I said the following. I'm recording the same take twice. Ow, my back. Fuck. It hurts to lean. It hurts to lean. I'm recording the same take twice. There literally is not, because there isn't a playlist that allows them to get into beginner types of zones, not for movement education, not for sightseeing, and not for completing contracts in those zones for that mode. The literal problem is that in every situation where I, allegedly, a new player, should be fighting you, that new player doesn't have handles. They don't know what ball is. They don't know what the definition of ball is. Compared to every other video game and every other genre in the marketplace and how they choose to treat people in video games. In a MMORPG, Marathon's fights and its existence would be a PvP hardcore game loop. That isn't the core feature of the game. For things like World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2, it would be a form of selective PvP that you get access to once you are relatively equipped and relatively aware of how to fight combat against PvM monsters. The same way that it works for every other one, the same way as it works for Old School RuneScape. Old School RuneScape does not drop you into an environment where as soon as you leave Tutorial Island, you're in a hardcore full loop PvP mode where outside of certain safe zones, you're going to get antagonized and attacked event level fucking 3. That is not how that game mode works. Now, you could play it that way, but guess what? That's not the main gameplay mode loop. If a person chooses to play in hardcore Grandmaster PvP worlds, in high-risk worlds, that is a choice that they made. It was not something that was made a part of the basic gameplay loop, and oops, all the people that could be able to fight me can't fight me because I'm actively sitting on top of a quest objective for Waterfall Quest. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to be able to unlock this fucking character? Too fucking bad. Me and my clan are going to camp this zone 24/7, and the only way you get in is that you have to pay us a protection fee. And actually, fuck you. We're taking your money anyways. I'm telling you anyways. You know why? Because we're stronger than you, and you can't do anything about it. That is a Mord Hell loop. And that is what kills full loot PvP games. That is why New World Eternum died. Is dying, if not dead. It should be fully dead now. Because it started as full loop PvP, and just like in that game environment, people learned how to be able to trick the server into making them invincible. And because they figured out how to do that, they started unfairly killing players in PvP and accruing stacks of goopa because they didn't actually lose anything and they didn't risk anything for what they were doing. And then the game died. And then they tried to revive it by making it into a full loop PvP game with MMO ARPG elements, and that was not enough to save it, because who's going to play the video game when all the new players keep getting violated the second they get off the boat? But alas, they don't care about that. And they also don't care about that concept of, in order to be able to compete, you need to be able to actually access said content. Because in their minds, the argument is that, lol, there is an onboarding ramp. You just have to get good, bro. You just have to get good, bro. And the problem is that it's just not reality. Which we will discuss in the next one. Ouch. Spine. Because in this next one, I like how most criticism gamers have a Marathon is that they would otherwise hate games for it. Like, that they have this opinion for Marathon where they would otherwise hate this for games like Dark Souls. Because you can cheese a game like Dark Souls and pretend that you're good at it, but Marathon proves that they're shit at extraction shooters and they just can't handle it. Marathon does not have bad onboarding. You just cannot read. You want to rush every fight. You want to prove that you're him. You don't think strategically. You don't avoid fights. You can't read a couple of sentences or figure out how a game works. You need it over-explained and simplified. Anyways, get rid of paint, guys. We're smarter than you think. At least if I fuck something up, I know it's my fault. Gamers genuinely cannot comprehend doing that. Ever. Dark Souls and Marathon are nothing alike. Dark Souls have the method mastery to beat it, a boss where it's the same every time. Marathon is a new experience, new PvP fights, every time. And there are no second chances, just, oh well, better take in my same stuff and try again. Whoosh! You missed my point! Whoosh! I was in a way agreeing with you, just commenting. My bad, I shouldn't have commented here. I don't know if this is cynical for me to say. I don't know if it's a wide extrapolation, but this feels like conversations I have with people who see music as a business more than art, and they talk about it like a product to such a degree that I can't tell if they're even enjoying the medium. Yeah, for real. It sounds lame and old of me, but I remember when I'd get into a game and not really hyper-analyze and look for its problems, you just played it and found fun with it. I can't imagine making my identity game consumer and customer who people must listen to. It's just always weird, because there's a non-0% chance that they don't really like the medium either, because this is their job that makes them a bit more sad, knowing that they're consigned to a brand, and it's just this. My response. Number 1, no, they are not. No, they are not doing that. It is that it takes time to learn, and when your enemies and both bots are both bots and players, and you have antagonistic people who think that they can tit for tat back and forth, you create a violent Mordhau loop. They can handle it. You're just annoying players as people in the player base and as a community, which is an extension of a take that I already gave before, which I believe should be further back here somewhere. Right around, I want to say here. Right here. Quote, I can't think of a single game on Steam that averaged a minimum of even half these peak player counts that shut down due to being unstable. Like, for real. Outside of DMCA or fraud, is there a game that had a running minimum of 20 to 25k players that ever closed? Extrapolation of all of these stakes begins here from, it's not about Marathon closing. It's literally the Mordhau loop being expedited because it needs new players and players willing to be abused, harassed, and antagonized to keep it going. As long as the culture is shit on new players for contraband, it's going to keep dying off. You cannot escape it because the Destiny players care more about the culture of a full loop PvP cycle than creating an opposing culture for a community not based on abusing people who can't fight back. And assuming that somebody is stupid as fuck and does not know what a Mordhau loop is. Dead again. What went wrong? Same reason that any game dies. Players optimize the fun out of it. The remaining experts then get bored of fighting the same few guys, and new players stick around as the experts continue to drive them off. And as I explained, the main reason why this is happening is 4 pain points. Number 1, level restrictions will not stop players from doing this, because every single time it is always about setting yourself up so that the haves have not. You're not taking parallel equal front-to-back fights. The game does not start off the same for everybody else. The game is an environment where, effectively, just like inside of a Korean MMO grinder, there are people that are equivocatedly at level 100, shitting on people that are at every level between 1 to level 99, with various forms of involvement with loot activities that provide them the ability to be level 100 with all loot and all gear and all opportunities, taking advantage of and abusing situations, opportunities, and time skills literally gated by whether or not you are an employed or unemployed individual to do so. So, if I, a streamer, have 6 to 16 hours a day to play a marathon, and you, a casual player, a casual gamer in that environment, has only 4 to 8 hours, and you're only able to do it when you're already at your peak exhaustion. You get off work, you come home to the video game, you log in for the night, and where I've been channeling all day, acquiring, sometimes maybe even losing loot, when you come up against me, pound for pound, just in base stats alone, if you run a free kit and I run a free kit, I will have gained more power over you, more time over you, more knowledge over you, more skills over you, and more handles over you. And if I go out of the way to definitively say that I'm the better player, not because I earned it, but it's because I have better stats than you, little bro. Stay out in your place, little bro. Stay your ass out of O-Block, nigga. I'ma take your money every time, bro. Does that encourage you to continue playing the video game? The honest answer is no, it does not. In fact, if the nature and culture of the game is players are going to walk up to you, with or without proximity chat, and actively disrespect you, when it should just be as simple as, bro, take your prize and go, what you're going to end up with is the reality of the people who are not even playing the game because they actually want to engage in the PvP. As has been the case since the beginning, but many of them are now just outright flat out admitting it. Such as this post. Right after I put my glasses on. If you Alt F4 when you go down, I'm gonna clip you every single time. The kill isn't impressive, the loot isn't great, but the rage quit, that's the juice, that's the gas, that's why I'm here. Back to the lobby? Nah, buddy, back to desktop. I have been informed by some people that they are just leaving matches. This changes nothing. I wouldn't know about this. You know why? It's because I'm not a pussy. It's actually a strat to stop you from getting finisher siphon. If you weren't an idiot, you would know that. I wouldn't know. I'm not a pussy. It has nothing to do with being a pussy. It denies you rep for upgrading your Arachne fashion. That's literally pussy shit! LOL! No, it's a legit strat, like camping exfil with a WSTR and a shotgun. Deny, deny, deny. Which is correct, because this is using the logic of things like Dota 2. Or, for those that are addicted to the game now, Deadlocked. If I deny you souls by actively making sure that you can't be able to claim them, by shooting them out of the air, it's a tactical decision that I'm making. Because if I'm in a solo run, there is no way for me to recover if you and I are just facing off, but there's a potential chance that in the firefight, I could potentially be able to get you killed. And, or, if I'm done with it, I'm moving on for the day, I can choose to do that if I do. Now, I can agree that, wow, that's really pathetic and dumb. That's really dumb. It's really stupid. But it is a way that if a person values pissing you off more than they do surviving and watching you do what you're doing, then it is in fact the case that they can choose to do this. But this is not the argument that they care about. Quote, denying after you've been eliminated is not a tactical decision. Your game is already over. You're not denying what I'm here for. You're giving it to me on a silver platter. The only way it could be better is if you scream it on the way out. Zip it up when you're done, bitch! Oh no! You're denying Arachne players from being able to complete their quests. That doesn't benefit you at all. That's a temper tantrum. Neither does killing you 2 seconds before exfil. It just denies your loot. That's why I camp exfils and I deny. I don't even look at bodies. The same could be said for when you die. Like for when you're downed. I deny your quest ticks. Holding a button to self-eliminate is fine. That's playing the game. Literally leaving to deny XP doesn't affect your match outcome in any way. It's absolutely throwing a temper tantrum. You can lie to yourself, but don't sit here and lie to me about this. LOL! No, I disagree. It's the same people who use Thief's Movement or Claymore Tech, using every advantage that you can and exploiting it to deny your opponent. What an advantage, bro! LOL! Well, for one, not having to wait in a 4 to 5 minute queue as a solo or getting started as soon as possible. For me, it's purely to deny faction quest completion. I don't know why other people do it. When they patch it out so that your body stays ill, stop dying. But for now, it is a strat. You're rage quitting. That's the definition of rage quitting. You're giving me what I want. No, it's not. I explained why. There's nothing to do about raging. Just go to Discord and watch all the salty contracts that can't be completed and finished because people are DCing. It's a pure funny farm material. You know, the same thing that you're supposedly doing. It's amazing how salty players will get. I don't know why you're trying to argue with this. I am quitting so the other guy doesn't get a little bit of faction XP, even though it doesn't change my match outcome. I'm going to continue clipping people that do this. It doesn't change the match outcome if I stay either, so I don't understand what the issue is. I mean, you can, but I'd rather do a much more interesting thing like clip archives or some sweet knife combat. There's no issue. I'm just laughing my ass off about it, bro. Holy shit, such a waste of time. Both of you arguing in a way in which you should or should not play the game. Nigga, fuck off! Alas. 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 Which brings us all the way back here to my take. I'm not here to play the game. I'm here to clip myself teabagging you, and even if I can't explain what actually happened, because I'm here chasing people to make them angry. Yes, this is why the game is going to crater. There are not enough impressive clips and non-stop harassment and bullying culture. Yes, 100%. Yes, that is exactly why the game is going to die. Yes, yes, you are part of the problem. Yes, thank you for demonstrating exactly my point. Thank you for demonstrating exactly my point. Here's the philosophy, here's the mindset, here's the person who's actively killing your game. Good job, dumb fuck. Good job, dumb fuck. Thank you for displaying the exact point that all of us are trying to make. Please, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's very good. Thank you. I love this. I love this. More of this, please. Please have more takes like this. This is exactly the reason why people are leaving the game 20% week after week. Because people like you actively do not understand that it's about keeping people in the game loop and encouraging them to have a reason to get better. Not everybody is motivated in a toxic way with the mindset of, I'm going to have to dog shit on that guy because he dog shitted on me. It just creates a vicious circle of violence where you instigate this action on other people because other people instigated the action on you. All the way until, of course, you get to the point that most people get to. There's a clip that I need to go to, and that I need to pull. I hope I have it on hand. But the metastasization of that exact game loop leads us to the exact place that it goes. And it goes to the exact place every single fucking time. And where it goes to is it goes to the philosophy of being, you see, now that I've done the thing that I've done, I have now decided that I'm going to antagonize you nonstop. And if you ever try to argue against me, it is the case that you're making it clear that I can continue this behavior up and into, up including and into the world where I will just continue to take advantage of the fact that you can disagree with me, and I will just say that you're upset but frustrated and angry and present you as a crying rager. Period. This is very important based on how people are behaving. But I'm looking for a very specific clip. Because it's the same person who got victimized and harassed at the same time. I'm out. 1 second. Looking into something that I did yesterday. I believe my trolling beard fruit. Yeah, yes I did. Oh, they went protected. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. I also accidentally closed my fucking tab. Gonna take me a second. But as I'm looking up, feel free to tell me about how you feel about the opinion. I'm going back to my timeline. This, and then scrolling down. It should be somewhere in the middle of the day. If I retweeted it, I should have bookmarked it. Where is it? 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 Where it is? Where it is? Where it is? Where is it? Where it is? Where is it? Found it. Okay. So, what the reality of that viewpoint does is that it brings us this. This needs no introduction. Just listen to it raw.
Just warning you guys, first time chatter says I think I'm in your lobby.
Alright.
So we might need to lock in this
lobby,
game.
guys.
We might be getting a little sniped action.
I just magically appeared in your lobby after I waited 5 minutes for you guys to queue.
What's up, Yap?
I mean, sure, guys. You guys are cracked.
Fuck.
Yep, we just got stream sniped.
Sick. Sick.
Do I need to say anything? Do I need to say anything? Of course I need to say everything. It's my show. So, the reality of I don't play for the game, I don't play for the loot, I don't play for the experience, I don't play for anything. I play to harass you, I play to violate you, I play for the joy that I can hear in your voice as I make you mercilessly beg for it to stop, and I don't stop and I continue doing it, and then I tell you to suck my cock and zip it up when you're done before I knife you, and then continue doing this behavior to other people because I've decided that the best target to fight is a target that can't stop me from attacking them, which is somebody who I'm hunting by stream sniping them. Da-da! Once again, we're here again. Here's your gaming culture. Like, again, this is a fixed loop. We are beating a dead horse at this point. I don't like having to address news like this, because there's no news here. Technically, I should be taking down the Twitch VOD right now, because of the fact I'm reviewing this on air. But I'm just too lazy, and I'm going to make a point of this, should someone try to complain about it. But this is the reality of the problem. This is the reality of the problem. The reality of the problem is there is no solution, because in order to really solve this, you need to permanently ban these people out of the game. That's the only solution. It's the same thing in League. It's the same thing in any game that has a competitive system. And by competitive, I don't mean the separation between quick play and a ranked lobby. I mean, it is the difference between fucking Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West and any video game that has online actions that are not rated by the ESRB. And it is encouraged to harass people to get clicks for them to click on your stream while you're violating other people in a stream. And you go out of your way to say, these people are going to get angry at me, they're going to come chat in my chat room, then I'm going to make fun of them more, and then I'm going to continue harassing them. There's no answer to this. There's no conversation. They just have to be permanently banned. A person going out of their way to be disruptive and abusing stream sniping as a way to antagonize a person live on camera time and time again, where you can see their names, you just pull the... This is what Mommy and Daddy Internet designed all of the AI scan bots to do when they're always listening to your voice 24/7. Hell, even in Valorant, when it comes to Riot Games, in a Riot Games environment, they don't argue it. They tell you indefinite ban, and they give you the fucking audio clip of what you're doing that got you permanently banned in the first place. It's not an acceptable system for how they choose to go about player behavior moderation. But if we're looking at this from the standard of, here's the reason why you're banned, and we're not going to take it down because you've clearly shown that this is an intentional decision. This is not just you playing the game your way for fun. You went out of your way to create the situation. You continue to create the situation, and it's a pattern of behavior. The only answer is permanently ban them from the game. Where inside killing them do you need to scream obscenities? In the stream, on the stream, with the intended purpose of getting them banned on Twitch? None. There is none. So, the correct response is that what would have happened to them if they were to have bad faith people do it, and people have done it, it's what headhunter contracts are for. The response and the punishment that should have happened when you choose to go above and beyond the call of just normally taking people's money is that you should be permanently banned. Because that's the only way to stop it. Quote, as I was told today, no one even knows who you are. No one knows who you even are. How would you possibly get stream sniped? And then moments after that happened, the worst part is, Marathon Dev Team has yet to say anything about it regarding if stream sniping is even bannable. These players will likely go unbanned. Marathon's been very fun for me, but no communication on streamer mode being in the works is very discouraging, and I would like to continue investing in it. Stop playing Marathon! If you can't handle stream snipers, then streaming isn't for you! Look at Shroud! Look at Necross! Look at King Richard! They get sniped all the time! But 10 times more, they're not blaming Marathon, because it doesn't matter what online game you play! Where did I blame Marathon? Most games have protections for streamers, like streamer mode. Marathon does it. And these streamers make millions. They wouldn't complain. It's not even comparable, brother. Your initial point was about players being banned for stream sniping, not streamer protection. Name one top 10 Twitch streamer. Shroud. Playing online games that has full protection. It doesn't exist, and it doesn't matter if you're getting banned for it in any game ever. Rust, Valorant, Apex Legends, CSGO, Siege. Bannable offenses for stream sniping written into the TOS and the EULA of the games. Eternal Return has it. It should have been something released first week. Protection for streamers is having TOS against it and having a streamer mode so that people can be punished. It makes it even better that the lean over guy was a cheater in the server slam. Amal, Steam ID of shame. Damn, that's crazy. IMO, stream sniping should be treated like cheating because that's exactly what it is. Either way, you're getting an unfair advantage, bro. Especially when it's so blatant. It's actually insane to me. Can we all collectively report these names for dropping N-bombs and cheating or something, bro? I don't want to hear anyone bitch and moan that people rarely use mic when this is what comms are mostly used for. Nobody wants to play with or against racist, homophobic, prepubescent children that can't have fun playing a literal game without acting like little Trumpies. I don't appreciate the language that they're using here or the insult or language, but they have a point. Yeah, bro, totally. The dev team will totally do nothing against stream snipers. The last part just seems like you're attention-seeking. You know damn well if you showed this clip that they would do something. She is literally tagging the fucking support staff for the game, brother. What is she supposed to do? What else is she supposed to do? What else is she supposed to do? What else is she supposed to do? Who else is she supposed to go to? Streamers always crying. Stop streaming the game or have a fake stream playing when you queue up, and then go back to your stream 5 minutes later into the match. Regardless, you can't cry and expect devs to cater to you when the game has real problems that need to be solved. You mean the problems that they're not solving as the game continues to lose its player base week after week? Crazy. You cannot be banned for stream sniping as you're the one who made the house and lives in it. And if you didn't want neighbors coming over and watching you, why build a house in the neighborhood with a bunch of people? Now, if they were messing with anything in the game like it's code, then that would be cheating. I don't like the idea of banning stream snipers. Like, how do you even prove that someone's stream sniping or not? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the idea that they went into the match, they said, "Get back here, alligator! Get back here! Neener, 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 neener! Get back here and get what's coming to you! Neener, 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 neener!" Seconds after loading into the match. They weren't even in the fucking zone for 30 seconds before they beelined to where they were and started attacking them with laser precision for optimal ambush strategy. How does that happen unless you're on Dire Marsh, where the spawns are so fucked, I could jump over a fence and, oop, there's a player. Let me look down my fucking laser thermal scoping. Ka-chunk! Ka-chunk! First kill in 5 seconds, just like that. Are we being serious? Are we fucking having a laugh? Are you putting him in egg, mate? What do we have to do to make it clear to you this is a problem? But alas, that's at least one perspective of it. Another perspective of it is this one right here. Let's say you're a non-toxic player, and you instead are just playing the game as normal. And you're experiencing the game, you're playing the game, you're doing everything, you leveled all the contracts, you got the VIP status, and you decide, listen bro, there's nothing left to do. They're still gonna harass you. Hilarious marathon review on Steam. 254.7 hours in. VIP with all factions. There's nothing to do. Bro needs to touch grass. Bro, it's just another extraction shooter schlop. TwitchTV.RobbieRobert. Except it's made by Bungie. There's nothing to do once you get VIP with all factions. Ranked and Cryo Archives are time-limited modes only, so there's nothing fun to do anymore. It was fun, and then it wasn't anymore. Someone plays for 2 hours, and you judge them, leaving a negative review. Somebody plays for 250 hours plus and leaves a negative review, and you still shit on them, bro? Literally half his time since has been playing the game. I hate these kinds of reviews or statements, and it's always streamers. If you played $40 and got hundreds of hours worth of gameplay, I'd say that's money well spent. On the flip side, you'd spend $40 at a movie theater for a ticket, popcorn, or drink to watch a 2-hour movie. If you're a dumbass, you would, and that's a retarded fucking opinion, but we'll get into that in a second. They pay for 2 hours and they try to leave an opinion. You make fun of them because they haven't experienced and haven't played the game enough. They play enough of the game that they can have a proper review be put in. Then you still shit on them. The game has only been out for 552 hours, bro. Between sleeping, eating, and bathroom breaks and playing the game, this person has absolutely done nothing else in the month of March. Clearly enjoyed the game, and then left a negative review. Lol. It's specifically that the review basically says there's nothing left to do once you complete all the content. Which is a brain-dead take that states something blatantly obvious. Something so blatantly obvious that you didn't actually address what he said, you just said it was blatantly obvious. This person has a character flaw. These sorts of people will always exist, of course, but it's on the rest of us to call them out, yes. Yes, because it makes sense saying the game is slapped after you played 250 hours of a game that came out 3 weeks ago. Sure, buddy! It's because of the more specific complaint of nothing to do is really odd to write in a negative review after 250 hours. 250 hours don't just really seem like nothing to me, and honestly, it seems like a little bit of an insane standard take to hold games to, bro. Dog, read the content of the review. It's a dumb review. All you have to do is read! They completed the game. They did everything in it. They're complaining about how the game doesn't have infinite content. This isn't reasonable. So, there are lots of problems with this take. Yes, even Hi-Res and Titanforge ban in Smite for stream sniping and ghosting and harassment. It's literally a normal practice for online PvP. Yes, correct. The problem here with this is that, as I described yesterday, I don't know if you were here when I was saying it, Exopressure, because I think you might have left the room as I was addressing it to you, but this is going back to the way of how I view my investment of content, and how I choose to view the investment of the games that I play on camera. Me, I was describing that how I choose to engage with activity on my profile, as well as time played on my profile, specifically comes down to the ways that I choose to find ways to invest myself into it, and also explain to myself why I purchased a video game. So if I go based on my time of games played that are currently existing on my platform, and I go by playtime, the calculation is something like this. If I play a video game, and I play a game from my library, such as Path of Exile, for allegedly, it's much bigger than this, because this is only tracking when I started using Steam as the methodology to protect my two-factor authentication for my account. It doesn't list the 13 plus years I've been playing the game. But just assume the number is bigger than 700, like than 7,500. It's actually closer to like 20k. If I play 20k hours of Path of Exile, and I've played nearly 3k hours of DST, and I've played nearly 2,100 hours of Darkest Dungeon, and I've played 1,900 something hours of Balatro, and then 1,600 some hours of Path of Exile 2, and whatever number of Terraria, and Slay the Spire, and Once Human, and Helldivers 2, and New Genesis, and Cookie Clicker, and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. The thing that is important about the investment of my time, especially when we're talking about something like the example that I was using when I was talking to you, was the First Descendant. I invested 314 hours of my time to play the First Descendant to figure out if it is a game for me. I experienced all of the content that was available, I played all of the story quests, I got to what was perpetually the end of the game, and I felt that the game loop didn't justify itself because I didn't feel like it respected my time. In understanding and coming to the conclusion that I didn't feel like the game respected my time, that does not mean that if I leave a review for the game, that means, lol bro, you can't actually say anything because you stopped playing before they made new updated content. Now they have all this extra shit that's a part of patch 1.3.223, but the fact of the matter is that it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with where I chose to stop playing. So, from my viewpoint, to which is important for me and my achievements of the First Descendant, as it clearly shows through my achievements and my game stats, I did literally every single fucking thing available, and the only thing that I didn't do was expanding a module for the capacity of a weapon that uses special rounds. I have experienced all the content that a person could do, as well as completing the majority of work, and doing so in a fashion where I own a number of multiple descendants that I chose to unlock by playing the game rather than paying for it. So, I got to level 40 on several Descendants, I did all the extra shit, I have multiple copies of it, I was doing peak efficiency Enzo, I was doing peak efficiency Sharon, I was doing everything I could with my main, and going into missions and being a tank for everybody. I did all the things that could be done, I did all the things inside of the main zones, I did all the duties that could be available inside of Kingston, the Sterile Lands, Vespers, void intercepting battles and shit, and doing multiples of them back to back, reaching certain levels of maximum mastery rank, and upgrading modules various levels of times, and then constantly disassembling them so that I could be able to assign socket module types 10 times. Which means that I've not only leveled a Descendant, I leveled a Descendant and reset them at least 10 times. So, all of that time playing was me engaging in all the loot that was available and all of the material effort that was available. And I decided that it wasn't worth playing any more of my time in. For these individuals, they are claiming that this means that I didn't play the game correctly, when I actually, in fact, did. Because the value there is that I have more time available to reach the number of 300 more than a regular person does. Again, if I have 6 to 16 hours that I can play a day, and you have 4 to 8 hours you can play a day, and I maximize the amount of hours in which I'm playing for, and I leave a review where I say, there's literally nothing to do once the core game loop has been satisfied, there's no material that is keeping me invested, there's no camaraderie that's keeping me invested, I'm going to move on with my time, they're going to say that I'm delusional for saying that. Because there is nothing else once you've done everything in a PvP game. The player versus player content is the content! Put it to you like this. Monster Hunter is the exact same game loop as an extraction shooter. The difference is that I don't fight other players, I fight monsters. And if we can't complete the mission, we can't get the items that come from killing and or capturing and or carving the monster. Both of them have the same game loop issue. And that's the reason why Monster Hunter Wilds got various levels of free content updates. They didn't expect us to play the same level of monsters over and over again. They added more challenges. The context of the review is saying there are no more challenges for me to face. I have reached the top. I have conquered Blood Punch. I have no enemies. I have no rivals. But I also have no friends. It's cold up here, nigga. My titties are fucking getting stiff. I'ma leave. Lol, did you even climb Mount Everest, bro? Bro said that he was bored after conquering nature. Something's not clicking. Something's not clicking. Something's not clicking for these people. So, to recap, the game doesn't have an onboarding system because of the fact that they think that the best way for you to learn is to be thrown into the deep end of the pool. There is only a deep end of the pool. There is no wading in. Everything stiff drop. There's also no ladder to drop out. You just have to jump out of the pool like Echo the Dolphin. You just gotta to get out of the pool. There's no onboarding ramp. When you try to describe the reasons why, they just say, lol, shit, you're just bad. You're a shitter. You can't play my video game. They admit that the culture is all about harassing you until you cry into the microphone, asking for them to stop, and then they tell you to suck their cock and zip it up when you're done before they knife you. And the peak of what they choose to say is true culture is you should just have to deal with people stream sniping you. You should just deal with people choosing to ruin your gameplay, not only for you, yourself, but all the people that you're playing with, because of the fact that you happen to be in a game on stream. People chasing you throughout a highest tier zone, or also chasing you through the lowest level zone, stream sniping you on content, showing up in the background and screaming, "Don't you run from me, Kyle! Don't you run from me, little nigga!" That's just normal, Carl. Carl, you're complaining. You're bitching, you're whining, you're moaning, you're nitpicking. You're nitpicking content. You don't understand what you're talking about. You didn't play enough of the video game in order to achieve it, except that I did. And if people don't respond, they just play the game as normal. They play it to completion. They maximize their experience. They prove that they can, in fact, marathon it with the best. And they say, bro, I'm done. There's nothing left to do. You will then say, bro, they didn't really play marathon. So, that's where the marathon culture currently is right now. That's where it remains. Again, like I said, it is stuck upright in the actuated position. They do not have honesty. They don't want to speak honesty. They don't want to address the reality of it. And what that basically means is the culture of marathon is just this. It's just this. This meme is the encapsulation of what marathon is. And honestly, there's no better context for it. It perfectly is a true bottleneck encapsulation of the entire experience from the top to the bottom. And is exactly the reason why people are having the opinions that they're having. Even if they're choosing to play in a conservative fashion, where in our creators, they would be yucking it the fuck up with their friends and family. Assuming that they're not being violent and they're not being bloody. And they're not playing trios. Which is really important because, again, like I presented last time, notice how not a single bit of this ever came from the solo player environment. It's just teams. The premier content of the mode is based around 3-man. So there is no viewpoint of this that actually simulates how this actually works in a solo environment. And even in the solo environment, as you clearly saw, even solo players are going out there saying, yeah, my job is to harass you, in private, so that I can continue antagonizing you. Which leads to this. I need to pee. I'll be right back. And then when I come back, we can talk about this shit. Assuming people have opinions. Call in now! However, before I leave you with something to pass the time with the playlist. I'm thinking Banana Zoo. Banana Zoo. Ooh, baby. Do what you wanna do. Banana Zoo. Don't stop now. Swing like a orangutan. Banana Zoo.
It's about to get bananas in here. Hey,
There you go.
look at that ape over there bathing.
Banana Zoo, ooh baby, do what you wanna do. Banana Zoo, ooh shawty, move like an animal. Now go down low, don't stop now. Swing like a orangutan, now take it slow. Don't walk now, and watch him do his thing, but just don't tap the glass.
Don't tap the glass. I'm telling you, I go crazy. I beat on my chest cause I am the best. I'm the king of the jungle, and I ain't lying. Get it? I ain't lying. I ain't lying. No, I ain't no lying. And you can tell King Kong, he don't run this. You can't throw no monkey wrench in this. Now what's the name of my town?
Banana Zoo,
That's
ooh
right.
baby, do what you wanna do. Banana Zoo, ooh shawty, move like an animal. Now go down low, don't stop now. Swing like a orangutan, now
Swing.
take it slow. Don't walk now,
Yeah.
and watch him do his thing, but just don't tap the glass.
Don't tap the glass.
Don't tap the glass.
Don't tap the glass.
Don't tap the glass. Go really go, go really go, go. Go really go, go really go, go.
Oh yeah.
Go really go, go really go, go. Go really go, go really go, go. Now move like a monkey.
Hey.
Now move like a monkey.
I ain't no
Now
monkey.
move like a monkey. Now move like a
Hey.
monkey. Hold up.
Hey, can you tell Mr. Zookeeper to please order me 1,000 pounds of banana pudding? I would love that.
Okay. Before we take on any callers, should we have any, please remember, if you like today's content, or any of the content that I make, and would like to see more, please be considered to like and subscribe and share to your friends and family, and allow everybody to be able to receive the one true Carl in their hearts, in their spines, helping to realign their spines by entering through the back door, and the front door, and the attic. Y'all know what I'm saying. No, y'all don't. I'm just yapping. Alright. Hello, Draconia. Ouch. Oh, I hate having this ear problem. Every time I tilt my head, it hurts. Draconia going once. Draconia going twice. Draconia going 3 times. I guess they don't have something to say. Alas. But yeah. Bringing it all back together. This picture, in and of itself, is the entirety of the video game's game loop, and is the reality of what Marathon actually is in truth, rather than in theory, and very much often in practice. You have to go to a zone, you have to do a contract, you have to be pushed by somebody with a shotgun, with another member who's going to potentially fuck with you. They're constantly using Thief, so not only are they going to know where you are and use the recon drone to possibly deliver a claymore to your face, they are also blocking you from completing contracts if what you're just trying to do is experiencing the entirety of the gameplay loop. All of this and seemingly, as I've expected here, it basically revolves around the way that people choose to engage in the game loop. Because apparently, every single priority contract that is on Dire Mosh is a cakewalk if you just do solo queue assassin. You rotate on the very outside edge of the map, and then if you wait for final exfil, you hardly ever even see other players. Even if you're bad at it, you can do it. Zero issue. Half the quests have a quarantine bio run or vice versa. Intersection is generally camped, and while you can minimize contact by going through maintenance AI tunnels and then cutting through the anomaly that often leads to the second POI exhausted from PC fights. Yes, they do. Yet, once again, solo queue assassin. You wait for invis cooldown, you pop invis, you run through all the intersection cloaked with the knife out. You can literally bunny hop and bots won't aggro to you, which means you don't make any noise. Even if you're bad, you can do it. Have you considered yourself good if you have to resort to being a rat in order to avoid PvP fights? Lol, bro, go back to Ark. Number 1, wrong. I know that I'm bad. Very bad, in fact. If I am not the weakest player on my team, we're losing. I know bad players can do it anyways, because that is how I cleared all priority contracts currently in the game. Number 2, I have never played another extraction shooter before. Don't try to argue with that bigot. He's not worth it. People hate when people adapt, I guess. Is there any discussion that can be able to move the marathon conversation forward? I honestly don't know if there is. I have yet to meet a single person who will actually address the reality of the problem. I don't know. I honestly, I don't fucking know. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if they have the argument for it. I don't know if they're willing to make the argument for it. But, other than, like, drama that might pop up because of a streamer, I couldn't tell you. Although, to bring on that point, I'm not going to bring the post up, but I am going to mention it. It is the case that people like Shroud have already moved off from playing Marathon, and they have instead now moved on to playing Crimson Desert. And that they are in love with playing the Korea slop, as people have been trying to call it. This was actually from the presentation the other day that Exo Crusher was a part of on Saturday. Some of you were there to see me discussing it on Saturday. But they've already moved on from Marathon. So, not even the big platformed content creators can even be used as a crutch for the conversational weight of whether or not people are really trying it and really giving it their best and giving it their all. It's just justifying how this shit is happening. If you can find somebody who's willing to debate it on camera and who are actually willing to talk about their philosophy and their viewpoint, please point them out to me. Bring them to me. I would love to hear it. I just want somebody to be able to explain it. I just want somebody to explain how this mindset helps the games grow. That's all I want. I want someone to explain that to me. Because it's the same idea and the same mentality behind content creation and behind video creation. How does a person go through experiencing things and saying that you're not allowed to have opinions unless you agree with all of my takes, while at the same time trying to dismiss people? Because, like, we still have hate watchers that are trying to hate watch me because of the Birdman. And every time that they happen to pop up, when they do pop up, like they did the other day, somebody in the middle of the live stream where we were discussing ContraPoints and their very wrong, very bad, not good opinions about the Saw franchise and how allegedly that makes Quentin Tarantino a bad film director because, lol, I don't get why you don't have my correct set of political morals about how you choose your targets. It is the case that when a person does this kind of material, I don't know, do you like content? Do you like discussing things? Do you like being able to have conversations and enjoying and nerding out about the things that you watch? Like, what are we doing? What are you doing? What are we here for? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. We're lost. We're so lost. I don't know who we get back. How do we get back to the middle? Your guess is as good as mine, chat. Your guess is as good as mine. But, for what it's worth, it means that that is the pinnacle of how bad it can get. So to put a nice little bow on it before we move forward, taking the opinion from a content creator, welcome Marcus, taking the opinion from a content creator, we are currently here. Sheaf GG explains why he believes the loot chase in Marathon feels more rewarding compared to Ark raiders in Escape from Tarkov.
Is there loot to actually chase, unlike in Ark, is what he said. But it's way more than Ark. Yeah, but I went on to say that I think the loot to fight over and stuff like that is better in this game than in Tarkov. Like, there's actual high. We were talking about today, dude. There's no more rare items in Tarkov. They're all like even the LEDX and Bitcoins and GPUs and shit are not rare anymore. They're relatively common. There's no high, even like the marked room keys and the colored key cards for labs, not all that uncommon because there's so many marked keys floating around the market that you can buy them for $1 and then you can get 5 colored key cards on labs. They're $1 each too. So it's like there's no more rare items to fight over. You don't have any marked rooms that are super high prio loot. Whereas in this, like, bro, if you're in the area and you hear someone do the jingle for the purple key, bro, like everyone's gonna come running. They see gold, they're gonna want to fight. A red item, fuck. Is there loot tab?
So it more or less comes down to recency bias. The games are older. Everybody understands how they work. So they've already created a methodology of how to get them, and because it's not the newest, rarest content, just like it was when Raids 3 came out, just like it was when new content came out, just like it was when Perilous Moons came out, just like it was with original content for World's first completion of the Originators, first world completion of the Ubers of the Incarnations, world first completion of the Uba Uba versus the Void Rooms, and Void Rooms designed specifically to kill you because it was to get a foil Mage Blood, or a foil fucking Headhunter, or all of the other particular copies that people like, versus something as simple as an Amamamu's Gaze on a Valdo's map, or first world completion on going to the highest peak pinnacle content inside of Path of Exile 2, or the highest peak new potential content that is a part of the newest ARPG, or the newest MMORPG that was released on the market, or the newest update in something like Final Fantasy XIV. It is effectively recency bias. If the game is new, it's more exciting, therefore I have so much things to do in. Oh, ooh, shiny, what's that? Ooh, shiny, what's that? And eventually they're chilling in they're just chilling in video games like Crimson Desert because, words are hard. Goddamn. My own throat tried to choke me. You all saw it? The ghost reached into my throat and put his cock in my mouth. I was violated. It's just recency bias. They go into new video games, they monetize it for every experience they have, they do it in eugenics, they do it in other video games, they do it in other situations, and then there's just nothing left to do. And they're bored, and then they move on, and then they repeat the cycle. And then when people have takes, they bounce off the takes like a fucking ping pong ball in a bumper car rally. It's a weird way to go about world experience. Personally, in my take. And I look at that take from the viewpoint of games like Once Human, where even if it's not world first, even if it's not new, it's new to you, and it's probably new to somebody else who's with you. Certainly, that's the thing that has been my viewpoint and has been my philosophy with Marathon. This isn't new to me. This is just new to the senses in which I choose to hone, for which I play the game with. And those senses are already sharp. So, I'm going to ask Marcus. Marcus, what do you think?
About the recency bias, or just everything in general?
Well, you ended up coming in as we're ending on the backside of the conversation. We basically went through the newest updates of Marathon this week, which is there are people who are just stream sniping openly now. They're chasing them live on camera to be able to get free loot off of them, because they know that if they stream snipe them, they can easily get first peeker's advantage and just shit on them. And then they're screaming obscenities. People are outright admitting that they don't play to play the game for fun. They don't play the game to experience it. They play the game to make you rage quit. Spending more time talking on Twitter than playing the video game to try and justify how actually, when they harass a person, tell them to zip it up before, like when they're done, by telling them that they're a cockholster. That's very integral to their core experience of how they're getting loot in these zones and maps. And ultimately, the thing that allows a person that in the same breath that they say toxicity is the only way to go because this is what true gaming culture is, when a person plays 250 hours of the video game and they say, bro, there's nothing left to do after I've done all the content that's available, people then turn around and say, bro, you didn't actually play the video game. Because in the PvP environment, playing against the people isn't really exciting if there isn't a goal that you're building towards. So, all of that.
The usual reason why a lot of PvP games tend to die out, unfortunately.
Yeah, more heavily.
So, yeah. So that comes with the natural toxicity of the internet. I'm going to be very fucking frank about that right here, right now. For starters, for the people that I have been playing against, I've been going to cryo, I've been going to outpost, I've been doing a lot of higher end stuff with Dax and others. And so far, from what I have gathered, people just, the average people that are actually playing Marathon and not being the shitters that you're mentioning, or like these cases that you're mentioning right here, right now, they're just literally going in, fighting, killing, and if they die, they die. Honestly, that loop. And that is the only loop that they're doing. These people right here that we're witnessing are, quite frankly, the most like corny motherfuckers I will ever meet. And I shit you fucking not about that. Because at this, like, I'm pretty sure Bungie is going to immediately recognize that and go like, oh, you're doing this and you're getting reported on this and we have video evidence and we have VOD evidence of you doing this and we can see that? Okay, banned. Get your fucking ass out of here. We don't want that shit.
Yeah,
that's what they should be doing.
Yeah, that's the same take that I gave. Because we're talking about live on camera, you're hunting people down, you're calling them out by name, and then you're doing all this extra shit, and possibly doing offline platform behavior to get the person banned in the video game. So they can't even have fun playing the video game because all they think of is, why would I want to play Marathon when people on Marathon got me banned? Might as well go play something else. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy that effectively creates a game loop only for the people who are engaging at the most obscene and the most depraved. It's basically, literally, I'm going to ruin your fun. And because I have ruined your fun for the video game, I have now made it so that every time you think of the game, you think of my face. Which, it's a funny concept, right? If a person becomes recognized for being such a murderous player that everybody gives them a wide berth, that is, for some people, the goal. The goal is to become infamous, to where nobody wants to fight you, and then you have to hunt them down, and you're having fun hunting them down. But it's not closer to the reality of what most people are comfortable with. Because the comfortability factor is that if I'm trying to kill people, and I want to have fun killing people, it precludes the fact that to do that, I'm gonna have to probably put my foot in your ass. And if trying to play the video game precludes the fact that I am making too much noise for myself, that it potentially has people angry at me playing the game the way that I choose to, it is the case that I'm going to have a lot more problems on the back end than I will on the front end. Basically, that means if I am playing the game and I'm trying to have fun playing the game, if my goal to play the game is that we collectively together are yucking someone's yum, that can be more viable than the alternate, which is that I'm not doing anything of value that provides me a way in which to have fun doing what I'm doing, because it is more about me taking advantage of you than it is about me doing something fun for you or with you or to you. And then it's really by your own margin. You more or less come away with the viewpoint of, I play this game to have fun, not to be a fucking sweaty loser, but in choosing to play however you choose to play, the alleged non-sweaty losers are going to say that you're not engaging properly and that you just can't handle it. We've seen that conversation. It's a circle. But the other side of the argument is, if Marathon was actually balanced around having loot vault restrictions for certain areas, if there was a form of beginner version of Perimeter and Outpost and Dire Marsh that were specifically designed to onboard your contracts. Because the number one problem that I say that Marathon has is that it doesn't have an onboarding system. They just throw us in the deep end of the pool, and they say swim. If you wanted to have the best chance to have fun playing the video game, you needed to start playing the game the day the game was launched. If you haven't been keeping up with it, someone's going to have to hold your hand to bring you up to that experience, because the baseline experience for how I choose to play, which is more often as a solo player, because y'all niggas are at work when I'm online. even if I'm still online by the time the young niggas get home, it'll probably be towards the end of the day for me. And even if I choose to stay up and play video games during all times of the day and night, by the time that you come home, if we were grinding something serious, so technically Path of Exile, if I'm spending 6 to 16 hours in Path of Exile 1 or Path of Exile 2, and we start playing together, we get to a situation where your character is still level 30, I'm sitting on level 80-something, and Draconia is on, like, level 74 inside of maps. And it's like, well, shit, I gotta catch up to you guys. We've had this experience happen multiple times whenever we all play multiplayer video games. This happened with Monster Hunter, it happened with Helldivers, it happened with Once Human. Some people just fell off of certain games because they didn't prefer them, they didn't like them, or their computers literally couldn't run them or install them. Whatever, what have you. All of that shit is literally the problem that comes with most video game focuses. But assuming that we all played Marathon, and we had to at least help the person understand how to play the game because we're in their ear while they're playing live on camera, the way that people like Charlie played the video game, being given free loot from his friends, telling him how to simplify the game loop itself instead of him experiencing the game loop himself. If Marathon had loot vault systems, and they also had the beginner versions, so that you got all 6 contracts online in an environment that was designed to do the quest, you still had the ability to get versions of loot, but it was the case that you're playing against people who you know are at your level. They don't have gear that is out of the wing-wang. Or it's the case that you can only access that version if you're using a free kit. Everybody can only go into this version of the map if they're using a free kit. If you're using a free kit, you get to go into this version of the map. You can go into Outpost Beginner with up to a 5k free kit. I shouldn't say 5k free kit. I should say a free kit up to a 5k sponsor kit. And in that mode...
I would say 4k. There.
Oh, they went down?
So when you say 5k... that's specifically mentioning Cryo Archive's free kit, because when you first do it, Cryo Archive gives you a free kit to experience Cryo Archive. It gives you a randomized kit. It gives you a lot in that kit already, like 5k worth of like everything. So it gives you
5k worth of supplies.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of supplies, because that place is not a joke. That place is difficult. And I showed you that video from Ascross.
Yeah.
As the show, and I don't know if you watched it or not.
I skimmed it.
You skimmed it? Okay. The entirety of that shit is ridiculous. So when it first came to like me, like I already knew that it was already ridiculous as is, because you had to do the batteries, the cryo coolant, and along with several other things on top of that. It was very insane and like obviously it's a tedious task, but the reason why it's a tedious task is primarily because the loot in there is so goddamn good that it doesn't fucking matter if it was tedious or not. It is insanely useful to grab. So if you have keys like I do, and you need to go to these specific areas to get stuff like that, it's just so insane. Because one, for the audience that doesn't know, how Cryo Archive works is that you have to hunt down very specific keys, not very specific keys, but you have to get security clearance. These security clearances are on consoles, and in certain areas, and on enemies, on the NPC enemies. You can kill other players that also have this, and they will drop it, and that becomes yours. So there's a risk reward for hunting down there. But the main issue about Cryo Archive is that it is a labyrinthian styled map. It is confusing as all hell. You may get confused if you didn't have like certain things about it, and there's various areas that are meant to trap you and meant to like basically be kill boxes. So it is a it is meticulously intended to be, if you are good and you somehow get out of here alive, you have some of the best loot in the fucking game. And if you don't, you got out with your life and you understand more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the high-end content right now. And the high-end content is time-gated, because it basically every Thursday to Sunday it's playable, and then the off hours are meant for the ranked game mode, which the ranked game mode is kind of whatever. But people can do it, and they don't have the overlap like they did anymore. So they're moving really quickly to make changes and make sure that like the games aren't like going to be hyper rage inducing. They are still rage inducing, but they're not going to be like balls piss hard that it doesn't feel like, what the fuck is the point of me even playing this anymore?
Mm-hmm.
So there is that. That is what one thing I wanted to do.
Okay.
One thing I wanted to mention. Sorry.
Okay. That's fine. So the way that I see it is that in a lot of the ways that we can come across how most people are choosing to engage in the content, it is the case that most people have decided that the way that they want to engage in it is that for them, they want to get to the Goopa. They want to get to the Goopa. They want to have the high-end vault value. They want to have vault values that is nothing but scavenge items and golds. And that is like the top end of their experience. Nothing else matters. Nothing is more important to them than that. I can understand where they're coming from with that, but I feel like it's just garbage. Just entirely fucking garbage. The reason why I say that it's fucking garbage is most experiences, they don't get this far. Most people's experience doesn't get this far enough for them to be able to say, yep, this is how I like to play the video game. Because they've probably quit by that point in time. Because of how people choose to go about talking to them and treating them. Based on how we've played video games before, and will continue to, it's much more like that one member of your friend squad who ends up getting thousands of miles ahead of everybody else, and then everybody else has to be pulled along with them because they've got that experience, and they're just taking everybody else along for the ride. I remember specifically that one situation where with Sage, we were playing Helldivers 2, and we were going to basically babygate him around, and Sage said, no, if I'm not there doing the content from level to level, I don't want to do it. I don't want to be pulled into high level content and then brought along for the ride, because they're not having the direct experience of the content, and they're missing out on something that they primarily would like to engage in, that they can't, because the way that the content is designed, if they did it that way, they're losing something that they can't get back. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. And a lot of the experiences that people are having centers around the way that they choose to view that particular outlay of that experience for the material gains of the content. And I feel a type of way about this for Marathon, because in most environments that you deal with this in, especially when it comes to value of your time, the value of time is really important, because for a lot of people, the thing they have to get around here is that, yes, you can say that people are just angry and upset and bad at the game, but you can't say that there isn't a reason why they could be annoyed. If in any other video game that they were willing to put time forward and get involved with the game that they're playing, if they were to play something like Destiny, they don't have to necessarily worry about that problem on the highest end of the problem. If they wanted to put time into getting to know Destiny, to know the game better, they at least have the benefit of knowing that the game is PvE. If we were all to start playing old school RuneScape, and we were to play hardcore Iron Men, or rather just normal Iron Men, group Iron Men, and we had to farm for our items in order for us to gain experience, which is kind of similar to the private league environment we currently have for band inside of Path of Exile 1. There is nothing that is preventing us from being able to engage in the PvP aspects of those video games. Should we want to go into the wilderness or go into a PvP activity inside of old school RuneScape, we still have the fact to fall back on that. On the farmer accounts, we are only engaging in the PVM. On the other accounts, like the maxing accounts for Risk or a skiller account that can play the more simplified PvP experiences, like going to Ferox Enclave and playing Last Man Standing, LMS doesn't risk my account status. It doesn't matter if I take a death in there, because I'm not actually going to lose any status for my account. It's not the case that when I started playing RuneScape, you have to basically pray conservatively every single second, because one death wipes the value of your bank account. There are definitely versions of the game, and there are challenges that people can run for the game that actually does that. There have been thousands of Snowflake accounts that exist for that purpose, including the hardcore bank elimination challenge, which is when you die, you lose all of the value of every single item in your bank, and you cannot use the bank tabs until you delete every single thing into the incinerator, thus wiping out your bank value. These games are different in the fact that, especially for Marathon, it is the one extraction shooter in the marketplace that chose to put stat tabs on player characters and said, you are weaker than a level 100 character with all factions maxed and all stats maxed as a level 10 player who only has access to maybe baseline level 5 of every single vendor / contact for each of these liaisons. Because they chose to do it this way, and because the players that are doing this shit are basically the minority loud voice in the room, they have created this perception that leads to the loss of 20% of the player base's numbers week after week. We know that the player base is the biggest on PC, and yes, there are people playing it on top of consoles, but the numbers that they have concurrently as a real player base, it's not reflecting the reality of what people are seeing in the game. Not a lot, but not by far. Certainly, Cryo Archive is bolstering that number because it's bringing people out where through the week they're only playing 4 to 8 hours a night, and they might be going through it the most casual that you can be in that game, where every single run is like a number between 2,500 to 15k, assuming that you're playing in squads and you're also taking the highest maximum fights possible. You can tell me if you think that number of value is wrong, but I think that's about in the right range.
No, you're actually pretty on par with that. I mean, typically my haul for it, even though I play with the most absolute loot gremlins you can possibly imagine, I'm still netting a good amount of money.
Yeah.
Like seriously, the fucking, like, the other day when I went into Cryo, Dax literally found his dream shotgun. Dream shotgun was a gold / prestige tier weapon, and that was his. And then there was an implant that I was about to take. He also took that shit. I was like, God fucking damn it.
Mm-hmm. So,
but no, it's like, yeah.
Yeah. So you're going in environments where you're basically loading up in the nights and into the mornings until you got to go to work for 4 to 8 hours in a play session with Dax and whoever else is there, and including the sessions that you choose to play with me. And then you go into Cryo Archive prepared and ready with your Goopa, versus every other person that basically is fighting for their fucking lives to retain even 15k positive in a play session, where it's like fucking league points trying to play in ranked. You go up, you go down, you lose 4, you win 2, and it's like, nigga, can I get a goddamn break? It's the exact same game experience, but unfortunately, every single time, it's not, well, I'm struggling because I'm a bronze player and I don't know how to use my controls and I'm new at video games and blah, 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 blah. It's, I walked into Dire Marsh, I took 5 steps, and out of nowhere I was sniped in the head across the field by a Vandal who just spawned on the other side of the Dire Marsh wall, and there's no way I could have been able to counter it because they have a thermal scope on their sniper rifle and I have a free kit.
Which leads me to another situation that I have learned about that I personally think is very much so nice, but at the same time is not a thing that a lot of people are going to realize or probably even respect, believe it or not, the account power that you might have is not exactly prevalent on your skill. Yes, it does give you power, but that power does not mean a whole lot. Because say for instance, this situation. The level 100 player might have a lot of stats tied to them. That means little in the gunplay of Marathon, unfortunately. Unless they are making a build similar to what Amberlay did and are cracked like Amberlay, which most of the players that are like 0 to 100 in this game are not really like Amberlay or like Astacross or any of the content creators that I've mentioned thus far, things like that. They are not exactly going to be as prevalent. They are going to probably have a lot more stuff or probably have the knowledge, but necessarily speaking, if they're just there and they're just like hitting their head against the wall and hoping and praying that they basically, if they ungo bungo their way to the top, that they will win. Yeah, sure, that could probably work. It doesn't entirely. Your thoughts?
I mean, a lot of the times, I would like to look at it from the perspective of I'm not trying to be the most cracked and most professional best player on the map. I'm just trying to, like, find the fun. And a lot of the times, it feels like a lot of the time, the fun is, as many of these players have just outright told us, nah, my fun is from watching you mauled as I take you for everything you're worth. And then I laugh at you personally to your face, and I tell you, haha, get fucked, nerd. Like, the top, high, and low of that's kind of as far as it goes for me. Because for me, it's about having fun with other people. There is no fun with these people. These people don't know how to have fun. So if it's all about having fun and expecting them to really understand what really is viable about that, you're really asking for something that I don't think they're going to be able to really communicate on the high end or the low end as a part of their experience. Mostly because if the experience is about taking something from you, it's more like no matter what you do, there isn't really a fair way that you're going to be able to really counter what you're experiencing. You are just going to be in that position where, well, here's what happened to you. Better luck next time, bro. And you just swallow it. You just take it in the chest, you swallow it, and you go next. Because any amount of emotion, there's no like, damn man, I've just been having a really bad day. I've been getting really shit on by players, and I'm not feeling like I'm doing my best, and blah 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 blah. I feel like I'm not being able to find any loot, and it's like, damn bro, that really sucks. I feel bad for you. Here man, here's some of my basic loot that I don't actually need. This is just extra shit that I thought I could have. Damn bro, thanks. That doesn't happen in this game. Every single encounter is always to the head, the most lethal encounter that you could get involved in, and then when you sit down, it's like, bitch, I caught you lacking. What you out here doing? Don't you know that you ain't supposed to be like here on these streets? There's no enjoying the experience that you're in the game for. Because I don't think they can really say that it's about having that fun experience and really understanding that that part of the composure of the conversation. Because certainly if that was a part of the conversation, they would certainly have that conversation. I get crestfallen looking at how these people converse because it feels like the only way that they can truly understand the video game is that they have to be victimizing someone. It is not a question. They have to be victimizing someone. They aren't really having fun unless they are making somebody else's day worse. And every single day, one more person logs off and never logs back in.
Yep. And that's kind of the issue that is always going to unfortunately prevail with games like these. The issue is that it's the same. Well, it's the same reason why a lot of people in Arc Raiders kind of leave. It's that there are people that are going to very much so be absolute like like everything is like Rambo's lollipop. I just want to interact with PvE, and then they gotta realize that this is still an extraction shooter, and there's still a play PvP element, and that PvP players still exist, and they will continue to exist. Ow, my eye. Kind of the reason why, like, whenever I started to see how people were like, oh, well, this is, like, this is fine, I can handle that, and, you know, deal with all that nonsense. I was like, you're asking players, you're asking people of the internet to not have a moment of, not have a moment of actually being like, well, I could just be genuinely nice for the sake of being nice. Instead, you're saying, I'm going to try and trust the other individual on the side who I know can just absolutely deck my mouth in and proceed to fuck me harder than life has fucked me already.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the deal that's happening. And I say that right now just because people, like I said, people don't really want to try and, like, people aren't going to really talk about it like that. They're going to, like, look through it and be like, oh, well, what's the word that I'm looking for? They're not gonna do the thing that other people are going to do. They're not going to do the right thing. That will unfortunately never happen. It's not out of the fact that, like, oh, well, this is never going to happen no matter what you say or do. It's the fact that people are going to inherently do the thing that they want to do in their mind because they know that they can get away with it. It's a vile thing to think about and fathom, because why the fuck would they behave like that? And simply due to the fact that there is no actual risk other than losing their account. You feel me?
Yeah. Like, for most of them, even if you are like, well, what if I don't want to just say slurs, Carl? What if I'm just playing the game naturally and, you know, I'm having some normal character bravado. I'm just communicating with them like normal, natural players. At the end of the day, you're going to have to lose something in trade for the experience. It's just a question of what is it that you're willing to offer to the loss. Like, if the question is, I'm willing to do this way, and I'm willing to have this conversation this way, for whatever it is that I think I value more than everything else, you have to be willing to at least come to the table and say, this far, no further, and if I go any further than this, then it's the case that I've lost the path for something. And unfortunately, the way that a lot of these guys choose to look at the conversation there, it pretty much becomes a question of how much and how little are you willing to offer and confer onto the rest of the natural born experience that you're going to be basically taking a part in and trying to put a lot of effort into. A lot of the question comes down to the fact that a lot of them don't have an answer for that conversation. Because if it is the case that it's just how they choose to play video games, and this is just what we do here, bro, you still are losing something in trade. You're still giving something up and giving something away. And you aren't necessarily going to get that thing back. You can argue that it's just people yapping, that they don't actually have anything to say, and they're just upset that they happen to be the victim in the situation that they found themselves in, and it's just coping and seething. But I don't think it's as simple as that. I think it's really much more that I don't think people are able to have fun in a normal way without the violence being a central part of the lived experience. It is the case that almost every single time in every video game that I've played and that I've tried to play with people on camera, every single time. Even to this day, the losers that continue to do it from League of Legends, for example, they are incapable of actually interfacing with the fact that, no, I don't like when people decide that actually we have to go to single-player Carl's stream, and it is very important that we keep acting like we don't know the reasons why he permanently banned us from his audience. No, actually, we know exactly the reason why. It's just that we don't want to tell the honest truth about that reason why. Because if we talk about the reasons why that happened, then we're losing something in trade for everything else. And that unfortunate conversation is not a part of the conversation most people want to have when it comes to understanding what is worth what investment you're getting into games like Marathon is for. Because if it's always the case that it's the curse of Blood Punch, that it's always the case of permanent King of the Hill status, you can't have friends, you can't have rivals, everybody are just enemies. There's no respecting a better player than you. There's no giving advice to somebody, because that's giving them tactics that lets them become better than you. Why would I want to make you better? I need you to be as much of a victim possible, because if I'm not taking your money, I'm not really living. If this is the viewpoint that people go into the video game pre-assuming at all points of the conversation, I don't know how you have fun. I legitimately don't know how to convince you or anyone else like that to have fun. It's like people telling me that I'm the most sauceless, bitchless person in a room that's incapable of having fun because of the way that I choose to play video games, by learning what the system is actually offering me and then doing something with that knowledge. I don't get how they do it to themselves, and that they miss the forest for the fucking trees. I don't know how they do that, but they keep doing it. And it's scary, because I don't know if they realize that they're doing it on purpose. I like to think that I'm missing something, right? I like to think of it that I'm missing something. That I'm just, I'm in my head and I'm being too heady about it. I'm thinking too hard. No, they really just like it that bad. It really just is. I want to fuck these niggas up, and I want to take them for what they're worth. And fuck camaraderie. Why would I want camaraderie? Your money is much better in my pocket. I don't know. It doesn't feel like niggas have fun. It doesn't feel like they have fun. It doesn't feel like they enjoy their experience. I can make it not exhaust. They don't feel like they're having fun. They don't feel like it's an experience thing. It just feels like it's a I can't be bothered thing. And certainly they can say that they can't be bothered, but why are you here? That's my basic takeaway. Why are you here? What is keeping you playing this video game if it is not the love of the fucking game? Why are you here? If you're not here for fun, if you ain't come for them goody, what you come for? Did you want to play the video game and it was just about victimizing everybody? Okay, you just wanted to victimize people. You could do that in any video game. Why do you specifically have to do that here?
Because it's a lot easier here. Or the people that are already here are trying to have their day in the sun. But their day in the sun is going to get fucked by yours truly.
Oh no, man, that seems pretty fucking boring.
Yeah, it is. It inevitably is, because at the end of the day, what's the fucking point of doing that? Genuinely, ask yourself this. Why would you do that? Why would you just sit around waiting all day to start calling people slurs, start stream sniping people, to start absolutely going into lobbies where people are super defenseless and weak, other than the fact that you want to ruin somebody's day, and you want to basically make somebody feel like total fucking shit. It's because of the fact that the fuckers that are at the top, who basically have nothing going on in their lives, want to witness and inevitably make make others feel like themselves in real life, because that's what the subconscious is doing right now, and you can't deny that. And whoever says, oh, no, that's not how I feel, no, it is. Because we know how you feel. We know that you're pathetic. We know that you're pathetic, because you wouldn't be doing this if you weren't.
See, I always
You feel pathetic.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You feel pathetic because you don't have anything better going on in your life. You want to feel what you want to make others feel what you feel right now in this very instance, because you yourself cannot communicate properly to other people that you need help. Not out of the will that, like, not out of the fact that I cannot, like, you know, I don't have the capability of doing so. It's the fact that you just don't have that capability of communication. You don't have the rationale or reason to speak to another human being and say to them, I feel like garbage. I feel like shit. But instead, what you do is, you go to another person, you smack them across the face, you go over to them, and you beat them. And you have this anonymity to your face, because guess what? The internet has that anonymity. You can create whatever you can create as a moniker on there. And it is there where you can be feared and revered as somebody who does not want to be fucked with. And that is a good feeling for a while. Until you realize that that feeling doesn't stay there forever. So what do? You continue to chase it, because that's the marketing line of addiction. You continue to chase the dragon. And that dragon is a potent fucking dragon, because it is spite. It is envy. It is everything that you will harmonize with to the nth degree. And it is a very, very potent thing that you want to keep having. But it doesn't last long. So you keep doing it, and you keep doing it, until you realize that the cycle has now suddenly stopped. Why has it stopped? Because you dumb motherfucking bitch decided, I have now slaughtered all of my enemies. The people who I thought were weak and that I have bullied into submission are gone now. And they're gone because of my own doing. Now, that can't possibly be the case, because there has to be more people. There has to be more, and more, and more, and more, so they can do that. And they move on. That's the Mordhau loop. It is not the sign of... It is the telltale signs of every single addict, of every single point, because people are fucking hurting. And I hate to say it like that, because that sounds like therapy speak, but it's the truth. It very much is. Because what other form of video game shows to a player you can absolutely dome somebody's head smooth off and say to them, yeah, lick my fucking nuts, bitch. You ain't shit. You ain't gonna ever be shit. Other than PvP games. What other game? Nothing. Nothing else can tell you that. And it's a good damn feeling. It's a really good damn feeling. There you go.
Yeah. Now, I like to come from the example of these people would never act like this in real life. I continue and will continue to offer money that a person can just simply prove me wrong. Come take my cash. It's very easy to do. I just have to find a way to agree with you. Convince me that my viewpoint is the wrong viewpoint. That's all you got to do. That's all any of you have to do, is just convince me that my viewpoint is wrong and that I have it the wrong way around. It should be very simple. Very easy, very simple. Not hard. Requires less than $100 fucking dollars. But the viewpoint that I come from it with is that if they've never had fun having fun with other people, what else do they have to look forward to with what they're using and what they're consuming? What else is there other than the experience that they're experiencing. I couldn't tell you what it is. I have an idea of what they might like, but I could not tell you what keeps them up at night, chasing the next fucking leak. Because it's a dick. They chasing it. Chasing it. Chasing it. And if they end up not having something to show for it, I don't fucking know, bro. Like, if this is the only way you can have fun, might I suggest you possibly go find a different way of having fun? Because if it brings that out of you, that you have to go stream sniping, you have to say slurs. The culture that you surround yourself with is based on this and nothing else. You have an addiction. Over the course of this conversation for the past 38 minutes, I have been doing a run inside of Slay the Spire. I am about to one-tap this boss with 27 fucking strength in a build that I put together in the time we had this conversation. In the time in which this conversation happened, 1 out of 2 runs of Outpost have occurred. It's 25 minutes, right? Or is it 20?
Every 25 minutes. It is a full run.
1.5 runs of Outpost has currently occurred. At least, in solo at least. 10 to 15 people just got KO'd by other players inside of Outpost. And Outpost is the premier place, outside of Cryo Archive, where people go to what is effectively a giant fight club to take other people for what they've got. 3rd party, 5th party, 6th party, 7th party by the bots in the middle of the whatever event it's called that turns the place into fire.
Heat cascade is what you're referring to.
Yes. All of these people crowding in this building, basically trying to avoid gunfire while taking gunfire from 50 different degrees. You turn a corner and you got one nigga hiding in the corner from the heat cascade. Turn the other corner, you've got a fucking Devastator fucking swee across the map towards you in full thruster with knife out, ready to murder you. Eventually, you have to admit you're going to get bored. It's not even a case of you're not having fun. This isn't a fun game loop to you. That's why you guys think this. Nigga, he lives here. I'm in his house. I came in his house. I didn't put my feet on his couch. And I'm like, nigga, these niggas are different.
Yeah, they are. And I live with them, and I talk with them day to day, and for me, myself, and I know that I'm a part of that. But like you want to know the difference between me and that person?
What?
I know the moment of when to stay my blade, because I'm not that toxic. Like, I'm toxic. Like, I'll run up on a motherfucker and just dome his shit in the back of his head and take his loot and go. But that's all I do. I don't necessarily go immediately to going to calling people slurs in the game unless they deserve it and they were talking shit in the first place. So then all bets are off. That's the only difference that ever happened. Truly, it changes that instance.
Mm-hmm.
But that's comeuppance, and that's a whole different story.
Yeah, there's a point. I said I would never turn on fucking. I said to myself, I'm never turning on proximity chat. But after fucking 10 straight runs of the same camping motherfuckers, it's like, no, take your ass to Outpost. You clearly want to run fades in Outpost. Stop fighting niggas in perimeter. They only have $800 on them at any one point in time. Go somewhere else.
Yeah. It is crazy. But you gotta know that that's just how people are.
See, I'm always broken into 3 minds about it. The player in me that is a professional on-camera content creator, there is a cost that comes with doing that. I know how I get when I play competitive video games. I've talked about this before. I've made this point before. A nice person does not make for a good competitor. A good competitor is not a nice person. I am a kind person. I'm the kind of person you don't backstab. Because I will remember things and I will hold grudges. Does that mean that I'm an evil person that deserves to have no platform, deserves to have no ability to make money, and doesn't have anything actually important to say about whatever it is I put my interest and my focus towards? Absolutely not. No more different than any of these people. But it's the pure difference that, no, if I wasn't a streamer, there would be nothing in me that needs me to scream obscenities at the top of my lungs while stream sniping a person that I'm in the lobby of, so that people can now become aware of me in infamy as the one of the N-word slingers, where I'm popping off these words like fucking zero-cost cantrips. It's just not normal. That's not a normal thing that a person does. An unhinged level of gameplay, certainly. Running at you like a maniac, certainly. Saying, stop running from me and get what's coming to you, certainly. But I'm not going to fucking call you slurs on the way down or the way out. I'm gonna take it like a man. As that one guy said, if they're Alt F4ing to deny you the Arachne takedown or the Siphon, you're not quite playing the game. You're allowed to limp away from me slowly, but if you choose to press the give up button, that's the only acceptable way to play. Everything else is bitch made. There's a level, and the level begins and ends with, how much of this is content and how much of this is just spurgery? It's why nigga slop exists on Twitch. That is the line. The line in which you go from the point of this is just what people do in the game to you are clearly trying to get attention from doing this is when it becomes nigga slop, and I am far beyond intelligent. I am too fucking intelligent to let a nigga drag me down. The only people who can drag me there are friends and associates. That is it. Friends and associates and friendly fades. That is the only people that can pull that out of me. Any other time, I try to be professional about it. That's how simple I am with it. But then, as an individual player who holistically views video games as the puzzle boxes that they are, the design of Marathon perplexes me the same way that the design of most PvP situations perplex me. Because a lot of the time, these people who do this shit are extremely fucking vegan. And by that I mean, they don't ever actually play the game head on. They are ratters. Like, I am so tired of seeing Assassin, you cannot understand my annoyance, Marcus. I am so tired of seeing Assassin that I am happy that if I'm getting faced off in a 1v1, it's a Vandal. Fortunately, I've been lucky enough that I'm not coming across the Rocket Devastator trying to fuck me in my ass with a 180 melee knife damage from nowhere. But it's the case that every single time that it does happen, it is instead an Assassin. It is instead an Assassin who isn't playing the game, really. They're just trying to get kills for free because they're taking advantage of a person who's distracted, who doesn't get the chance to respawn or to revive. And in any other video game, you can't really say, well, Carl, they can't play. You can't say they can't play that way. It's just playing the game naturally. But it's the kind of idea between in League of Legends, top lane players that believe the only way to play the video game is that they have to walk like a maniac front to back in a team fight. They can't split push. They can't split push into a team fight. They can't force the top lane Shen or the jungle Shen to possibly teleport onto a laner or to use teleport or stand united to go to a team fight, and then meanwhile the Trundle and or Yorick just starts whistling Dixie down your fucking lane like the Andy Griffith Show, and all of a sudden 5 minutes later, wait, how are you losing the game? I don't know, nigga. Maybe you shouldn't have left the Yorick in top lane by himself because you thought, yeah, I'm gonna teleport down the bottom lane and I'm gonna fuck your team, and oh wait, I forgot. I actually have to defend I have to defend objectives. I have to show up to team fights. I have to actually have pressure on the map and presence. Doesn't matter if it's jungle, doesn't matter if it's top lane, but in most games that are in this simulacrum that don't feature the BR style, so things that aren't Eternal Return. It's like trying to convince these people that a different play style is truthfully good, honest, and viable, but it doesn't make it the only play style, and if I don't play that way, I'm somehow and categorically incapable of having the conversation. Like, all of my years of knowledge of being a game designer, of being a game programmer, of being a coder, and of just being a good player of a video game, that I can pick a game up with absolutely zero input and I can intuit what the game wants from me. Somehow, all of that goes out the window because I'm not also being a little camping rat sitting in the outskirts of Dire Marsh, camping with camouflage, waiting for other people to go by me. Or, more example that I gave earlier, I'm not that kind of player that on that 4-man kill streak that I had when I was in Outpost, trying to just complete the sec-gen mission, I'm getting killed by a player who's specifically camping in the building where the turret is. Because they know all of the newbie players that are in that map specifically for that run are trying to get to that building. So they just camp in the position between, flight deck and fucking operations, that they have to run that entire length while dodging between buildings and escaping the main gunfights that are probably happening around the top right center of the map. They're sitting in those corridors, camping in the corner, waiting for you to try to go do the thing, and they're killing you before you even have a chance to finish it. Specifically on purpose. I don't understand it. I don't get that. And then, of course, bringing it all together holistically, the me that looks at what I do as a content creator and then who looks at it as just from the position of just a person who enjoys video games, it confuses the fuck out of me because it's the logic of, say, for example, a person kills you as both of you are extracting, specifically to deny you the ability to extract out. Like, it's 10 seconds on the matter transport, somebody randomly walks up, they're not shooting you, they're not knifing you, they're just standing on the other side of the matter transport, and you get killed by another person who isn't even near you at the matter transport just to deny you the ability to finish a run. They're literally gatekeeping you from getting out just because they want to spite you specifically. There was nothing to gain from doing it. There wasn't even any time to loot the body. They just do it because, yes, I want that person to know that even though they did all that hard work and effort, I decided that I didn't like how they looked at me. So you don't get to go home with this loot that you had. I don't get it. I truthfully, honestly don't get it. I don't know if I ever will get it. Rant. Yeah, I honestly don't necessarily get it in that perspective. Maybe I'm not getting it because there's something in me that isn't fundamentally broken to be there because I actually like pussy. I don't say that to be flippant. That's actually something that I noticed when I used to be a lot more of a degenerate. When I used to be more of a PvP degenerate, the most obvious reason was putting my personal pain into my gameplay. If I had nothing else to focus on, I at least could get better at playing this game. And where many people would say that's a very sad way to go through life, for some people that is cathartic because what else do they have? Broken households, child of divorce, latchkey child, dealing with problems that are developmental issues, that the only way to get through it is that you have to basically do a lot of meditation. That's why I play all the video games that I play. It's a form of meditation where you have to really think about what it is that you want out of the world and why you're doing it. So I can't bring myself to play a lot of these video games unless it's specifically scratching a particular itch. Notice, I haven't been playing League of Legends because I've been playing Eternal Return. In the same itch that I could be able to scratch in that game, I'm able to scratch in that game because it's not even a question of how much time does it take to set up. It's a question of, if I lose, it's because we did something wrong. There is a lesson that I can gain here, and there's something actionable that I can take from it, and I don't have to wait that long, and I can go again. Hell, even in the ranked environment, it's different. Because you see, if it's like League of Legends or Deadlocked or whatever fucking game that happens to be more like a MOBA, especially the hero shooters, there is always the factor that I have to point my finger at somebody else and blame them for the fact that we didn't do something. In ER, even though it is still a 3-on-3 system, or 4-on-4 if you play Control Protocol, it is the case that at least I can be able to identify what impact I had on the game. So, a good example from yesterday. I played 2 matches of ER, and I had the exact same team comp every time. My Piccolo, a random player playing a vegan Hisui, never, ever involved in any of the kills, last to the fight, first to the loot box, and what apparently was 2 beginner to Sambes, which is a backline character. Every single match, we ended top 3
but it was not because we were doing the best we could. It was because every engagement was being created by me. I was creating the engagement. I was creating the setup. The Tsusame was knocking them down, and the Hisui was in the room for moral support. When we actually had to fight a serious team that was prepared and ready to fight, which was, a fucking Heart, a Shiksu, and I forget what the other character was, but it was 2 backline characters and a frontline tank, we fell apart immediately. The first run was us dying because we could not take the fight because the Hisui was a vegan. All of this money that she has on herself has full transition items, and the Tsusame is not completed. So, not only didn't Spoon, our backline character, who has to carry the majority of our damage, but I'm sitting on some of my basic core equipment that I can choose to go with just purples for the majority of the fight, and this nigga is nowhere near me in the team fight. We're 2 melee front lines, and you're standing 15 miles behind me, going through a zone trying to profit for yourself, and not profiting for the team. You didn't ask a single thing what we needed, didn't ask a single thing what we wanted, didn't try to communicate anything, didn't play situations or fights, didn't gotta say shit to the Tsubame. Tsubame's doing her job. Don't have a single complaint about either of them, but both Hisuis, every time. Yeah, I'm gonna walk off the zone and I'm gonna take a fight 3v1 and I'm gonna die. And then I'm gonna complain saying, why are we over here in this zone? I'm supposed to get reds, bro. Once in a game of League, make that a top lane player being stuck on an island because they're constantly watching the top laner camp bottom lane. Because, lol, the only way we win the game is through bottom. Except that's not true. And then, when you do the VOD review, should they actually have the balls to come and argue the situation in case, you go over the VOD and it's like, okay, so when we chose to go on the train track to ignore top lane, and we had all these things we could do to recover this condition, when we had all the opportunities to make choices towards top lane objectives, top lane plays, top lane opportunities, especially since now, the game is designed in such a way where both objectives no longer spawn at the same time. It is that dragon spawns first, then grub spawn, then dragon spawns again, then Rift Herald spawns, then Dragon spawns again, then Baron Nashor spawns. Every single time where a person could do something as simple as a reverse clear reset, where they go, they kill their jungle, they reset, and they back at after they kill Gromp, and then they immediately start shadowing top lane, using top lane as a way to basically get access to the enemy's top quadrant jungle from blue side or red side. Every single time, nah, I'm just gonna camp bottom. I'm playing my game, bro. Why don't you play your game, bro? Every single time that happens, it's like, bro, get me the fuck out. Because the game isn't over now. I have to now wait and watch you lose for 5 to 10 minutes in slow motion, where any comparable knowledge tells you, nigga, this is over, go next. Stop wasting my time, go next. And you can't have that conversation with them because allegedly they're not done playing the game yet, or they will hold you hostage because, Lord forbid, a League player be willing to actually forfeit because they know the game is done. In those concepts, putting effort into your work and being able to become better, becoming good enough that you can say, hey, I did my part, you're the one that fell apart. The finger pointing, I can understand. The victim blaming, I can understand. Because it's the same shit inside of the fucking hero shooters. Because those are just teamfight simulators. That's why most of them have become popular. Even with the quick play audience, who are the main casual majority audience that's meant to bring people to the video game. With all these fancy, what is the event right now? The disco event? All these fancy skins that they've designed for characters like Star-Lord and Magic and Spider-Man and Psylocke and obviously fucking Icy Clit Luna Snow. And I also think they made one for Hela. All of these characters, like, it's super cool that you made these skins, bro, but I can promise you the majority of the people who are playing them cannot function on these characters to save their goddamn life. And then, you add on top of that, the culture of things that are still happening to Kingsman. First, you got this nigga getting targeted in a tournament. Then, you make these niggas immortalized in history by putting their logos in the game as sprays. And in the case of Time Takers, because apparently somebody who's developing that game I never got to play because of how they designed the they designed the closed beta test. You name one of their characters literally after one of those female in that situation. Kingsman gets out of that situation, and then he's getting stream sniped on camera for money from an Enting site user who's targeting him 10 to 16 hours of his gameplay daily. And where the argument they make for Marathon is, well, these streamers get stream sniped all the time, but you don't hear them complaining about it. No. You know why? Because they're not playing by themselves. They're playing with 2 other or 5 other streamers in a co-VOD. They're never playing by themselves. They're never truly experiencing a video game from the single-player perspective. They are using the advantage that they can play together on camera and pull 3 times to 10 times the audience views because all of those people are watching them play the game together on camera. Every time. Use the example for any video game you want. It is always the case. They're not experiencing culture the way that we do, or the way that I do. They're experiencing the advantage that comes from being a made man as a part of a video game mafioso. And that viewpoint of putting your emotion into your self-lined perspective is why I came up with the take that these people play video games the way they live their lives. Because I honestly think if they start enabling anti-cheat, if they start taking out and working on all the other abuses and exploits and bugs that Marathon has, what will these niggas have? Like, it's the invincible question. After 3,000 hours, what are you going to have to show for it? Unfortunately, there is no Mark Invincible here. There is no Mark Invincible to say, I'll have you, Dad. What will you have, nigga? Is it community? Where? What community? Everybody's quitting. Is it the gameplay? What gameplay? The same play, the same cheese, the same grift, the same exploit being abused time and time again? In the places where you're lucky enough to get a real gunfighting cryo archive, and it's not just a Phoenix hallway full of grenade spam and self-res spam. It can't be that. Sometimes it'll be peak, but it's not going to be peak every video game. It's not going to be peak every run. Is the culture? I don't know. The culture of being told to suck somebody's dick because I got killed by them in a team fight where I didn't have the ability to fight back because I'm being hunted by the same 4 players that they saw me, they shot me, and they didn't think about, oh, I'm actually surrounded by a bunch of bots. I actually can't get to this person. And now you can't even get my loot because you're dead too. The only thing that must be left is like the mindset, no?
At that point, yeah. It's just literally, they're playing for the mental, they're playing for the vibes. That's all I'm gonna want. That's all I'm gonna do. Because fuck you. I fucking won. I got what I wanted out of it. I got the feeling of I beat you. I beat you. That's my feeling. I'm happy about that, and that is it.
I mean, that's fucking stupid. Because just like the people who occasionally keep trying to come by to do that, it's like that one league player that had his audience and his moderators lie about me to him, and then when I interviewed him live on camera, and then was going to follow up the next day with what happened from that conversation, he deletes the VOD because he has to pretend that, oh, I accidentally doxed myself. That's why I'm deleting evidence that actually what I was told by my moderators isn't true. And then when I had that entire stream, the stream Flame Cringe, which should still be under that same name on the YouTube, when that person got outed, the people that were trying to literally target my games and then stream sniped my channel for 3 days, harassing me even when I wasn't playing League of Legends, suddenly 23 people trying to harass a literally who are you streamer turned into, no, I'm just a single lone wolf, please don't get my streamer banned. I was only doing it because I thought it was funny. Players that lose a game of League of Legends and ranked against me, and they're not able to flame my chat room, suddenly you have to spend months, not weeks, not days, months of your lives trying to plan your revenge. And then when I realize where I am and what's going on, and I start taking advantage and I start poking fun at you, you just show me that actually it's not about the culture, it's about us being able to do it to you and you can't do it back. Then you're talking about, I don't know why I'm banned on your stream, please can I be unbanned? And then you keep showing up every now and again, acting and asking questions like, I don't, single player Carl, what is your current rank inside of the game? I still have an account that's in Master. You'll never be at that top rank of gameplay. It doesn't matter if I'm playing on the Silver account, the Gold account, the Emerald account, the Diamond account, or the Masters account. Whether it be the coaching account or the scouting accounts. You're never going to be on my level of gameplay. Because at the end of the day, it can't be for the culture because you won't have the conversation about it. Because suddenly, when I start dominating you in the top lane, where I don't have to worry about every single lane in jungle, I only have to worry about my lane and top. Suddenly, it goes from, listen bro, you're just not that good, to, he doesn't want to listen to you. He doesn't want to listen to you lecture him about what he did wrong. When this nigga is bitching, whining, and moaning, and crying out, asking for 5 people to come gank his fucking lane, because he realizes he doesn't know how to play the Volibear matchup, versus a Nasus who's been zoning him off the wave for literally 5 minutes straight, and he can't break the freeze because he keeps spamming E at me from a distance. Because in the world where I want to have good practice, the logic dictates that what I should be doing, much like what these marathon players should be doing, is that I should be teaching them. If they say, listen, bro, I don't think the game has an onboard ramp, the argument shouldn't be, listen, bro, the reason you don't think it has a ramp is because you're bad at the video game. Your job should be to make content to show me what I'm supposed to do. Teach me ball. Do what I did with Helldivers. Don't complain and say, oh my god, these cadets are just retards. Oh my god, these veterans are just retards. Break down how you think it should work. Tell me, show me a system that it's supposed to function as. Make the content. Make an effort. Never happens. Never happens. Or if it does happen, it's on their terms, not my terms. Or even neutral terms. You don't even have to do it because I said it. Do it because you actually like the video game. It is the case that I keep seeing more people bitching about the game or trying to bitch about other people who are complaining legitimately or actively bitching and kvetching about the game than I'm seeing clips of people actually dumpster niggas in the game. For every 50 posts of somebody bitching, I find one legitimate cracked VOD. That's not how games that you like playing work. If you can't come for the chili, what you come for? Ah! That's what I think. That's my opinion. That's my viewpoint. That's how I see it.
That makes sense.
Certainly, if it's just a PvP only video game, you're going to see a lot more of this commonly than if you were to play Eternal Return. Not even Eternal Return. Thinking of 2 different video games. If you play something like Once Human. Because originally, when people saw Once Human come out, they were trying to call it a Rust clone. But it's much more closer to an SMP. It's much more closer to a survival multiplayer. Like V-Rising, like DST, like Terraria, like Minecraft, like Hytale. And the fact that every single server instance is a different version of content that you get to experience. Your account experience is tied to your adventure. So if I've played through Manibus and you haven't played through Manibus, there is an advantage that comes with having been ahead of you. But our experience every single server environment is going to change. The way that we play in Manibus is not the way we play inside of Way of the Winter. The way that we play in Way of the Winter is not the way we play inside of Deviation SCP. The way that we play inside of SCP is not the way that we play inside of Endless Dream. And whatever other content they eventually make in the future. The way that you play with the intention of playing in a 40-day server, if you're playing a normal server, is not the way you play in a Lunar Revelry cycle server. Because a lunar server is going to last for 1 to 3 months, versus the 1.5 months of a normal server if you're playing on the maximum of 40 days. The way that you play in the PvP servers for Prism vs. Clash and for Evolution's Call is going to be different than if you're playing normal PvP invested engagements inside of the PVM servers. Because those games are either designed around capturing territory or designed around farming daily and actually doing Rust-like raids on somebody's base, where you're trying to take their advantage and you're trying to take their loot because they have a squad full of people in a clan and you have a squad of people in a clan and you're riding out like fucking gang wars daily for the ability to claim the territory, because that's a part of the game loop to play the Primal War, so that you can actually lock down the territory zone and have a better advantage of fighting the already presented there loot as a part of the loop of fighting the actual Manibus boss. It's entirely different than all of those other situations. And certainly, for things that are closer to being like that of games like ER, a video game where the only way to learn how to get better is that you cannot be a vegan, I don't see the same level of antagonism, you know? Like, when it's something like Deadlocked, they can't help themselves. They have to find technology. They have to find something that keeps them invested, because if they play the game straight up, they won't have fun. And I'm not the kind of person that bangs your head against the wall until you figure it out. When I say bang the head against the wall, I'm not saying like you just have to play the game to do it. It's more like you're doing all of the wrong things on purpose. You get what I'm saying? You're doing all the wrong things on purpose. And, quote, that's fun to you. Or somebody trying to at least give you advice so you can better understand if you are confused. You, quote, aren't doing it right because you're taking their fun away because they like to bang their head against the wall instead of having some general direction. It just doesn't work in the long run. It always comes up on the question of, like, the value of investment and the value of the camaraderie. Because if the question is that we continue to see a drop in Marathon's numbers, I don't know if they would actually be willing to shut the game down, but it is definitely the question that if they end up... Thank you for the money. Thank you, Extra Pressure, for the $75. What did I do to deserve this? If it is the case that they end up shutting Marathon down, if it actually does die, I don't know if it would be a problem of the game wasn't good, so it died, like the case it was for Concord and it was for Highguard, or that the Mordhau loop just expedited something that could have been a thing for 3 to 5 years. Because a video game like Marathon, if it actually has a committed player base, could live in its own bubble for 3 to 5 years.
It very well could. The issue is that it's a culmination of everything. The Mordhau loop will intrinsically be there because PvP games will always have that issue because nobody wants to feel bad unless you're League of Legends. In that case, you want to make everyone feel bad, even your own teammates. The thing about it is that that will always happen. That will always exist, no matter what anybody says or does anything. That will always exist just because of the fact that the Mordhau loop is a what Draconi said. It is a very much so a true story. That is just 100% going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing about it is that it's also the origin that where it comes from, because Bungie has lost all of its good faith. That is just a thing that is going to exist no matter what anybody says, or no matter what anybody says or does. It's like, Bungie fucked up big time. Like they themselves, there is no other like company that I can like safely say without a shadow of a doubt, other than like EA, other than like a majority of like other companies that have just basically said, I have fucked up in the most graciously bad possible way. There is no recovering from this. It is that bad of a fuck up. Because first, it, like beloved Halo and Marathon, the original Marathon. Those were basically, for all intents and purposes, the golden ages. And all Bungie had to do necessarily was continue looking like that on their ivory tower. And they could have just kept soaring no matter what, and they could have been the do no wrong. However, most of the time, people don't do that. Because, of course, you're going to fuck up in some way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
What proceeded to happen, what we did witness, was in fact The what was it? The first instance where they had the whole plagiarization situation occur. They then proceeded to have what was it? The situation where they didn't have the plagiarization just like one time. It was 4 different instances of stealing shit. 4 different instances. Do you know how uncommon that is? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds to anybody? 4 times. 4 times being caught or accused of being caught of you stole my artwork or you stole my story and ran with it. That is an insane amount of just absolute bullshittery. That is insane. Like, you could not, like, how do you fuck up those many times? It's not about the fact of them actually, plagiarizing and thinking that they can get away with it. It's the absurdity of it that makes people go like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. Ow. Either way, I hope these people have fun. The ones that are trying their best to have fun, I hope they're having fun. I legitimately hope, for example, this one content creator there, because I have the Alibray tweet on screen. I am legitimately hoping that in the case of people like Alligator, that she gets some level of justice. Like, these are the people who don't get discussed and they don't get talked about in a part of the conversation, because they're not on the radar of the individuals who are dedicated and focused specifically to the conversation about whether or not the game is good because you can play the game. Their problems aren't going to get addressed, because how do you address this issue without going directly to the moderator? And if you go directly to the moderators about this problem, how does that solve the problem that you're really dealing with on the backside of everything else that is to be addressed with the concerns? It ruins the experience of the game, most certainly. And if the experience is just what they've decided will be the case, that Marathon is where we go to harass streamers on camera and stream snipe them on camera and harass the players that are playing the game because this is what we do when we're bored. It doesn't matter if we do it because this is what you're expected the culture to be. You don't get to complain. You don't get to point out that the person's going a little bit too far. The thing that's really going to kill the game is people like that having their stories told, and then everybody seeing it and being like, no thanks. I'm good. None for me. Because the other people who is going to make the game die is people like myself. Which is that I keep talking about it, and I keep displaying what is considered the culture, right? Because it's like, every time I ask, somebody needs to come forward and explain to me what's happening. Every time it doesn't get explained, we can only come to our own conclusions. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you have to be the voice of reason, and it's known that these individuals are an outlier, nobody likes them, they don't have many friends, of the friends that they have, they specifically are only invested in the part that lets them get to the Goopa, and this is just considered normal. Eventually, with people talking about how that was working, and then the streamers that they're relying on for their arguments stop playing the video game because they move on to something else. Because of views, because they're not enjoying it, because their audiences won't let them enjoy it, because they want to complain about the video game. Whatever the reason is, it eventually becomes the case that the other shit takes away the conversation that this game could survive and it could work good. And it becomes more like the conversation of the other video games that exist in the same interim. So a good example of that is the other night, if not literally last night, I wrote a tweet about the fact that the designers behind the narrative video game Wanderstop were going bankrupt. And the question you'd ask yourself is, hey, I was told that this was a 9 out of 10 video game from places like GameSpy and places like IGN and Kotaku. What do you mean that they're going out of business? I thought this game made $1 gorillion. Certainly we're in a period where the woke is being put away or it's going into hibernation so that it can come back again. And by the woke, I mean annoying Presbyterian-like individuals who think that challenge is prohibitive to fun, and so they have to create cheat engines to cheat the environment out of the game. The argument that was made earlier in the stream where they tried to make the argument that Marathon is the game where people who are from Elden Ring would complain about Elden Ring if we treated it the same way we treat Marathon. Which is obviously bullshit, right? Goes back to the same point I was making earlier. In Elden Ring, I'm not playing permanently online, and if I die, I lose everything that was equipped on my character. And then the person who killed me gets to take it from me. It's like that, right?
Yeah. That's I'm sorry. That boggled my mind. I was like, wait, what? I'm just like, huh?
Because even in the original Demon Souls and in the first Dark Souls, even with the highly aggressively toxic, please bring it back, gravelording system, there is no world where people would have played Elden Ring the way that they're playing Crimson Desert right now if I had to, as a factor of the mechanics, had to be always online, and instead of being interacted with the content by I'm only invaded if I'm in multi, if I was always invadable when I was playing a file, and it's the case that not the invasions that are programmed to happen, but invasions by regular players. If a player could invade the world, and they appeared in the Halig tree, and they basically, like a fucking ARG boss, like Jad Usable, like the old Ben drowned Jad Usable ARG, comes hunting me from the Halig tree down my lowly little ass in Caelid, and then they kill me, and I lose all my loot, and the only way to get my loot back is that I have to fight them for it, because they're standing on my blood spot, and if I die again, they get to claim my items, that game would have died too. The only way people would have engaged with Elden Ring was when Night Rain came out. And Night Rain also died too! Although, died is a hard question there. I'm pretty sure it's more like people moved on because they were ready to play the new shiny thing. Let's check Steam. Let's fact check that with Steam Database real quick. Okay, so no, the word dead is actually applicable here. Look at this. 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 Look at this.
Show me on Discord.
You're gonna laugh when you see these numbers.
Oh god. It's like Night Rain wasn't terrible. Oh dear lord.
I told you to laugh.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So for the people who are playing the audio version of the home game, this game originally launched with 6-figure numbers, and they are currently on 20k players daily.
Oh god, you ever have those fringe memories that come back and you're just like, oh god, why the fuck did somebody say that?
Mm-hmm.
So, so I had a teacher long time ago when I was in middle school who frankly just outright told me, oh yeah, the president makes 6-figure numbers, that's not really that much. I'm like, excuse me?
Yeah.
History teacher bite into you.
Yes. So to put that in context for the people playing the home game, if Elden Ring Night Rain has 20k players, right now Marathon, at least on PC, has 31. If we extrapolate for the other platforms and how large they would be, that means you have a very specific committed player base that is keeping that game alive, but it's not culturally relevant. So culturally it's dead. I think that's a very important distinction to make. A video game being irrelevant is not the same as a video game dying. Many people view it as the same, because if they're not playing it, and if it's not relevant to go back to playing, then it might as well be dead in their eyes. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. There's a difference between why CS:GO still exists, and there's a difference between why the fuck Helldivers is dying.
Yeah. Like, certainly Helldivers was able to do something miraculous that most people don't get the ability to do, which is the fact that the game basically revived its culture from the dead, because everybody basically was using the Sony debacle as an excuse to tip out by saying, oh, the game was peak and then it was ruined. But it's being ruined further the same way that Marathon's ruined. And that's a conversation no one's having, because it's not relevant to the grifter conversation. They're not going to get clicks from talking about Helldivers in that way.
Yeah. And that's kind of the unfortunate issue that happens with games like Helldivers, which admittedly, I'm going to say this right now, there is some semblance of hope. Is it good hope? Nah. Is it hope that we can at least see and strive for? Yes, it is very much something that you can very well do. Do I have hopes for it to survive and live in that? Maybe if the next update that they do is good enough, but the issue is that they have to work their asses off in order to make sure that the next update does work. Because if it doesn't, and they don't do anything with that, they might as well say goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very upsetting way to think about it, but it's true. It very well is true. Because at what point do you kind of look towards that and say, well, like at what point do you kind of like look at that and go like, it could have worked. It very well could have worked. It can't necessarily go from there, other than the fact of like, it's just so rough to actually speak upon. It's like, what the?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe it, because you're talking about not only reviving a game's culture, then watching it die again.
Yeah. And not many people really want that, you know?
I mean, it's made definitely more poor by the fact that you have them effectively watching their game get ruined by Redditors, and they can't punish the Redditor because the Redditor doesn't have anything you can use against him.
It is the unfortunate nihilist that they made bedfellows with, because the bedfellows that they had there.
I find it funny. I find it really funny. I find it funny in ways that I shouldn't find it funny, but I still find it funny.
I understand why you find it funny. It's very unfortunate why it's funny, just primarily because the fact that it's solely funny just because, you know, they technically could have prevented it. They technically could have prevented that whole instance from happening, but they did not.
Mm-hmm. I try to treat it like what it is. And I try to treat it like what it is because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is whether or not you're having fun and whether or not you can bring yourself to have fun. But for what it's really worth, when you really start having those conversations with the people in question that you're supposed to be bringing yourself together with, it unfortunately is the case that every time you have that conversation, you are definitely going to get fucking pissed off. You're definitely going to get pissed off, and you're definitely going to find yourself really being sick of the shit that you are talking about. Because you're going to get tired of looking at it, basically. You're going to get tired of talking about it and looking at it because there's nothing fun about the fact that you're having to have the conversation that you're having. It's rarely ever fun unless you're looking at it from like a tautology point of view, where you're talking about it in the historical sense. Because if you're in the middle of it and you're dealing with it from there, you're definitely not fucking happy about it.
Oh no. Oh no, not at all.
It's not the same thing as having fun in a video game like Path of Exile, basically.
We offered you truth, yet still you clasped your superstitious lies.
No, it really isn't. And that's kind of the issue that we're gonna witness and see. Because, you know, it's gonna be one of those moments. And it sucks that it's coming to that.
True. Ready for Marathon for Forsaken Baby. That's funny. Not to be confused with Marathon the Taken King. Marathon Season 69, Season of the Witch King, the Taken Requiem. No. Not like this.
Okay. Listen. Listen, if the minute that they start doing expansions like that, I'll tap it out because, like, because it's basically just gonna be the same shit that I've dealt with for the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I'm an MMO junkie. There is no two ways about that. Like I fucking my MMOs. Which I have a very interesting archetype of MMOs that I choose to go for.
The ones that make you disappear for days at an end?
Yep, the ones that make me seem like Quagmire with a really strong arm.
Manus chases. But yeah, I had other things that I intend on reviewing on camera. But the marathon section, I don't know. I don't like giving news updates about something that doesn't change because I don't like depressing myself. I imagine there are other people who don't like being depressed either. Part of it is that many people choose to watch my content the way that they do because they want to basically get the news from me because they're not going to go suffer it themselves. And I get that. But certainly there's like an aspect of this where it's like, listen bro, I don't know if you're having fun. I'm not having fun. I'm scared for these niggas.
Well, like I said, for me, I'm here for the love of the game because I love doming people in the fucking head. I am a fucking sadist in this game. Do you know how many times I have heard people in proximity chat begging and pleading for their loot? I like that. Admittedly, I'm not going to basically start going up to people and calling them the N-word, because why the fuck would I do that? That's some insane shit. But I do enjoy hearing people beg. That is the type of Schadenfreude that I enjoy, and it is innately apparent. That is apparently an innateness to my family. I shit you not. This has actually been a studied thing. My family is innately evil. We enjoy hurting people. I feel like I'm getting the look of, like, absolute concern from you now because of that.
No, not at all.
No. It is a good time, though.
Yes it is. But for what it's worth, marathon players, if you're having fun, please find some alcohol. If you are not an alcoholic drinker, consider not blowing your head off. If you're having fun playing the game, continue playing the game. Don't let me and my news discourage you. But people who say that you want the game to grow, you guys have to pick. Do you want to keep making culture where you harass other players and you want to expedite the Mord loop to happen faster? Or are you going to be capable of being a big enough dude with big enough panties and britches to admit there is a line and you niggas are crossing it? However, bringing us to the point where we're speaking about the lines and whether or not we're willing to cross it, now we can get into the articles.
Oh, yes. Let's do that.
Streamer files police report for getting killed in a video game.
Excuse the fuck out of me?
I didn't stutter. This one's gonna probably hurt somebody's emotions. I'm not responsible. I'm not responsible. I just watch the videos and I read the comments, bro.
A Twitch streamer has filed a police complaint after someone else killed her in a video game.
You've been reported for harassment on multiple levels by multiple people and towards Sea of Thieves too. People know exactly who you are and what piece of shit you are for harassment for what you did. It's all recorded, it's all done. I don't care who you think you are, but you're done.
Wait, what did I do?
Not only that, she also accused the player of harassment and got him banned for 30 days from the video game Ark Raiders. Then, after he...
That's funny.
Excuse me?
That's funny. It's not funny what she's doing. It's just the funny state of, huh? You got me banned from the game because I played better than you? Which, man, wouldn't that be a conversation if that was something people were talking about in Marathon? I got Ninja banned because he was playing too good live on camera against me. Like the early days of Fortnite, when Ninja would get angry that he thought everybody was stream sniping him. If you hit an emote, that was proof that you were stream sniping him, and then he has to find a way to get you banned. Call back to DM Brandon. Oh, that's so cute.
He made a video about this unjust ban. She filed a false copyright claim, got his address, and reported him to the E-Safety Commissioner in Australia. The E-Safety Commissioner can
that was an important detail in the story. The female streamer lives in Australia.
Oh, God. Why is it always them?
Because they're a penal colony. They were a penal colony, and they continue to be a containment site for the most retarded of behavior ever. For people playing the home game, Australian content creators have a different kind of rule system they live under, where they can actually get you punished and penalized and banned because their government has a very funny way of looking at online engagement and interaction as a form of cyber stalking and cybersecurity issues. So, she gets mad at him in a video game, gets him banned. Because I think the person in question lives in Australia, or they both live in Australia, she files a false DMCA report. Using the DMCA, gets his information, and then utilizes the Australian court system to punish him further. It's that kind of shit that basically can happen inside of Canada, where you basically have little to no human rights in Canada.
Fine YouTube for leaving up content that is alleged to be harassment. They can also arrest and put people in prison for the same content. This story is so ridiculous, and it's all happening to a much smaller creator, so I'm making this video to signal boost it. But first, let's have a look at the first instance that the Twitch streamer is calling harassment. Oh, by the way, YouTube is telling me to do this because lots of people who watch aren't subscribed, so you should like and subscribe to my channel. We're almost at 600,000. How cool would it be if we were able to hit that? Okay, I hope YouTube's happy now. This is Nessie luring the Twitch streamer into a trap. Not in real life. With all the police complaints, you could be forgiven for thinking that this happened in real life. No, this all happened in a video game.
Yo. Oh my God, perfect. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, this is like really weird, but my friend is like completely stuck, and I want someone to knock him so I can like res him, and hopefully that knocks him out of the spot. He's literally just got completely stuck in this room. He's like in here under these steps right here.
I can't.
Why does this feel like a scheme?
Oh, he's full traps there.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a defib, so I'll do it. Hey.
I'm sorry. Really?
No, okay, no. Hey, my friend is stuck in the map and he's glitched, and I need somebody to hit him so we can get him out the unglitched spot. Very interesting. I don't know why that would be the case. Let me follow you into this room where there are no others. Why are you standing between me and the door? Why are you building a frame? Why have I allowed you to have the time to start shooting me? This right here is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Where is your basic survival instincts?
Carl, please don't die on me. Don't die. Don't die now.
I imagine the connection will pick up in a second. Give it a second.
There you go. Okay, you're fine.
Like, what the fuck? How do you fall for the free candy method? And then you're like, you've cyber harassed me. Bitch, you were free lick! Oh my god! No! Go home! Go home! Go home!
There are some people that are genuinely like that, and it's funny. Admittedly, yes, yeah, sure, whatever you want to say. Oh my god, they fucking killed her and shit. Oh no, they killed her. Now what? This is the same type of people that exist in Marathon 2. They also exist. They existed everywhere, and they are profoundly insane.
All these kinds of people. All of these kinds of people. You live in a place. You live in a state of mind where you believe that because you were tricked, that makes you able to be a Karen. Bro, why do you guys let this happen to you? Take your fucking gun out and shoot him in the head. The moment he stood between you and the exit, and he's not facing you, you should have shot him dead. But every time, it's like niggas the first day at the fucking D&D table for a tabletop RPG. Oh, I want to talk to all the NPCs. I want the NPCs to be my friend. They don't want to be your friend. Roll initiative. But if I talk to them nicely, no. I programmed this encounter to begin when you started talking. Why are you talking to people in a place that's called Shank Holloway Center? They have a national flag. It is the picture of a dead body being stabbed in the back. They told you their pastime is listening to small children cry as they bury their parents. What made you think that hugging them would make them nice? Okay.
And she's been eliminated.
Okay, look. At the basic edge of it, they lured you into a trap, and they killed you without calling you slurs. So clearly it's because you were made a free lick. This isn't about them abusing you in the game or having done anything wrong to you. They tricked you into a room and killed you, so you try to dox him because you lost at a video game. Nigga, come on! These are the kinds of people we're supposed to bully in video games, okay? These are the kinds of people we're supposed to bully. And when I say bully, I don't mean calling them slurs. I mean being like, bitch, why are you complaining? You literally walked into the bullet. Okay, where does the story go from here?
And she's not very happy about it. So that's her falling for a very obvious ploy. They've trapped her in a room and killed her to take her loot. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is a game called Ark Raiders. It's an extraction shooter. So PvP is technically optional, but it's a really common part of the game. In Oceania, the servers are small, so some people are in solo, some people are in duos and teams, and this is just a normal part of the game. This is like if you're playing poker.
I don't know if you could say this is a normal part of the game. Tricking people in a streamer environment, technically they wouldn't know you're streaming unless they're stream sniping, but streaming in an environment where suddenly you get fucking picked for your loot and there's no way you can fight back because they just simply took you for your bank, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's expected. That's the reason why I would start in a video game by not using prox chat. You avoid those kinds of deaths by shooting first and asking questions never. But at the same time, since this was Ark Raiders that this happened in, this had to have been during the time period where they didn't remove the PvP perks as a part of the reward system of the game. Because I think Ark Raiders is more about camaraderie and teamwork than it is about necessarily taking people for the bank vault. If you're a streamer, the only thing you care about is taking people for the bank vault, because that's what makes the views of your content. Your content requires you to hit 6 clips. In order to find 6 clips, you must be antagonistic and you must be hostile and you have to kill people. So you're more doing things to get attention so that people can clip your stream and say, damn, this is really fun. Versus what probably is the more expected standard, which is that you're playing the video game and you're just experiencing the loot and the loop as it comes. Call me a square, I don't care.
Poker, and someone lies about having a better hand that they do and then they win. You can't get upset about it. It's just the game. Lying and getting one over the top of people is the agreement in the game. You know, some people are friendly, some people are not. If they kill you after you've fallen for something that they say, that's not against the rules of the game, it's just the game. But this Twitch streamer, instead of having a laugh or getting upset in an entertaining way like a Twitch streamer should, she instead leaves.
I mean, a Twitch streamer's job is to be entertaining, sure. But does that mean that a Twitch streamer has to basically put on a nice face and, you know, hype up a moment where they died? I'm pretty sure most of us treat it as like a mental reset and we go next. Like, that didn't happen. We're in a new timeline now. We don't talk about it. It's not the same thing. Mostly because if we did treat it like that, a lot more annoying things would happen. Like, a lot more. Half the reason why streamers have that as a standard is the fact that we know that that is how most people look at the situation. For me, I look at it from the situation of, if I talk to the person, I know for a fact that they're going to try and convince me that what happened to me is normal. So I just don't let them do that.
This game and writes a negative review on the guy's Steam profile for tricking her into doing something silly.
Wow.
You go to his Steam profile and you leave a scathing comment? Oh my god, she's a bitch. Holy fuck. If that ain't some of the most Karen-based activity that you've ever seen on this side of the fucking equator. What's the goal, sis? Oh, he tricked me, and that's why you should downvote him in every game he's in. Now, mind you, I've said to people before, hey, if a person's being a fucking shitter to you to the point that they're trying to annoy you in a video game, you definitely should report the Steam account. But you don't need to leave a comment about it. You don't need to leave a comment about, this guy made me so mad in a deadlocked game. He told me the game shouldn't be played as a team-based game. I was so mad. Fuming emoji, fuming emoji, fuming emoji, exclamation point, exclamation point, one exclamation point. What the fuck are we doing? No, stop it.
Oh, I can smell the stank from here. Loser. And
oh my god, she's narrating. She's narrating how he's a loser. No, no. No. She's one of those kind of girls.
Free content. Suck a fat one.
Now, we already know that if he left a similar comment on her profile, she'd probably claim harassment and sexual harassment as well. Suck a fat one. What are you alluding to there, Peach? But she doesn't stop there. She also talks shit about him on her stream, and then also reports him to the game for some reason. Like he's broken the rules of the terms of service or the community guidelines of Arc Raiders, a game where you are supposed to either work with or work against other people in the game. No one's really on a team. So lying, getting one over people, killing them for it, that's all part of the game. It's not a violation of terms of service, but she seems to think that lying is for some reason.
Liar.
Love that she spelled it wrong. That's awesome.
Killed.
Liar got me. How can you report someone for getting you killed? That's the game. Now all of these Twitch VODs have been taken down, and Nessie's response.
Oh, she took down the Twitch VODs, trying to hide the fact that she was doing this. Oh, that's pathetic.
Video has been copyright claimed, so there's not too much.
I just had a shitter in my fucking dungeon. I'm not playing with them.
Nessie's friend Feb, whose channel I'll link in the description below, made a great breakdown video, which I'm getting these clips from, and he explains why she's so upset. This is a guy that plays Arc Raiders. I've not played the game. I understand the genre, but if I know that if I touch it, I'm gonna lose 6 months of my life, and I don't have time for that because I'm doing the comedy festival. You should come and see me live. LouSpears.com. I've got 18 shows in Melbourne. They're small shows. There's lots of dates, but there's not many tickets. So get yours, especially those weekend dates. They're filling up quick.
All right, I'll try not to waste any time here. She is accusing me and my teammate of both being solos, queued into the same game, in the same Discord call, to have an advantage over other solo players. That is not true. Here's a clip of me knocking someone out while an enemy throws a light impact grenade on the body. Not on me, it's hitting the body, and each time the light impact grenade connects, it stops me from knocking them out. Interesting. This clearly shows if I take any splash damage, I get knocked off the res. And what will I take splash damage from? An enemy. What will I not take splash damage from? And my teammate doing the exact same thing. So he's obviously my teammate because his light impact grenades are right here. I'm not knocking me off the body.
So as we've now established, Nessie was not cheating. He wasn't doing any exploits. He was just queued as a duo, and he came across someone who was playing by themselves. And you can call that unfair, but you know, that's the game. Complain to Arc Raiders and the people that develop it, not the players themselves.
I would argue that inside of these lobbies, you need to be putting solos with solos, duos with duos, and trios with trios, to specifically avoid situations like this. Because the problem is that the more opportunities that they have to complain, and the more opportunities that they have to basically claim that they're being victimized, the greater opportunity you're letting Karens like this be able to pretend that they're being targeted when they're not being targeted. Sometimes you just need to tell these people, nigga, you are trash, and move on. Sometimes that's just what has to happen. You have to tell them you are trash. The reason why you're dying is you are shit. If you don't do that, they do this.
Check her out, finds her profile, sees that she's live, and sees that she's been talking shit about him for ages on her live, and decides to jump in and ask why she's being so mean in response to him killing her in a video game. This all could have been a...
Now, I would say that the steps that you have to get there to do that, this is where you have to have some level of, common intelligence and say, listen, if she's already upset that you killed her in a video game, and you can see that she's talking shit about you, can you let it die there so that she doesn't then immediately go here? I think that's within the realm of possibility. Because I understand, it's like moths to a flame. They're complaining that you killed them, so you have to poke the button. You have to poke the bear. But maybe don't. Because now this happens. It's just not worth it. You know?
A big collaboration opportunity where they could fuck with each other. It could be entertaining content, but this streamer Peach does not take his appearance in her stream well at all, despite the fact that she's the one that took it off the game first.
Hello, GG, but from before. Hi, Nessie. Were you the person, like, in, we're looking for processors?
No.
No, you're one with the Stark friend. Ah, so you're the asshole from before. Right. Now, did you like the comment I left on the profile?
Did you like my comment that I left? I don't understand what he's supposed to feel from that.
Shame? So that's what she wants him to feel. She wants him to feel shame. Did you like what I left on the profile where I said that you were a mini poo-poo stinky head? I mean, it's her comment, bro, but no, he probably didn't. He probably thought it was stupid. Allegedly? Question mark? Forehead?
Other than, like, laugh. It's hilarious whenever you upset someone so much in a video game that they leave the video game to write paragraphs on your profile. That used to be the entire reason why I would play games, is just to be really good at them and upset people for my own entertainment. That's why you play video games.
I mean, no, you should play video games because you like playing video games. If you are the kind of person that plays video games to upset people because you want to get them upset and angry so you can monetize them, you have to realize, again, that is a problem. It is a problem. It's an addiction. You people have an addiction. Admit that you have an addiction. And then we're chill. No, you should not be playing video games to be Minnesota Burnsy. Because nobody likes people who act like Minnesota Burnsy. For the people who are young, imagine content creators and trolls that specialize in basically a specific type of trolling. Things like the quest for hate mail. Different era, different time. Things that we can't do in these eras now because people would consider it harassment. Which is the reason why we can't do it.
Right? It's not why most people play video games, but it's why a lot of people do. And it's always hilarious to goad reactions out of people like this. But this streamer Peach seems to think that she is in the right here, despite the fact that she's the one who's, in her own language, in her own definition of the term, harassing him out of game. Nessie asks, what did I do to be called an arsehole? Fair question.
Everything you did required you being an asshole.
So now she sees Nessie's partner badge and immediately goes into detective mode.
When was the last time you even streamed, bro? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. It's just I'm chill. Oh, I'm chill.
That's fair. It's kind of an asshole thing.
It's just a game. Chill. If what you live for is to torture people and take advantage of them, hit easy licks on obviously easy lick people, you have to understand that there is a little bit of a tap the glass here that's in effect. You're tapping the glass because you want to poke the bear and see how much more goopa you can get out of her before you then say, alright, I've had my fun, now I'm gonna leave. You don't do this with people like that because they are crazy people. They're crazy people. They're crazy people that are crazy. They're crazy on purpose. If they were normal people, they wouldn't be playing these video games. Unfortunately.
To lie and get someone killed, but also you just got to laugh it off. It's a video game. It's not real life. But what happens next, I think, is just so funny. Pichu is a relatively smaller streamer, sees that Nessie has a partnered Twitch badge. That means when he streams, he can get paid money from Twitch. You know, it's not a big deal. But
if he's a partnered streamer, it means that he has an on-task agent, and he is given a benefit for being an on-task agent. Which is a little bit of a concern, because it means that she sees him as a target that he can victimize to make an example out of him. Which is actually one of the worst things you can actually have as a part of content. It means that she sees an opportunity where she's about to go fuck him up, and he's not going to have any recourse, because, haha, this is funny harassment that I should do you. See, this is the job and behavior that... You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Like, you created the problem, and now, when a consequence comes towards you, you're like, listen, bro, you're taking it too far. I don't know. Was it too far when you did it? Oh, well, see, that was different. Different how? Well, you see, I can take a joke. Oh, so it's okay because I can't take a joke? That's not what I said either. You're just taking my words out of context. No, she's just taking you for everything you're worth. You wouldn't end up in this situation if you were more reasonable about how you were addressing it. But it's not about addressing the actual concern that's being asked. It's about addressing the thing that you are specifically asking her and needing from her to allow this engagement to occur in the first place.
Also, sorry if I'm like not fully talkative right now.
You're playing.
I'm sorry. I was dealing with a fucking shitter on my dungeon because I asked them not to do full pull, and they were like, "Then please, I'll read this verbatim." I said, "Hey, please don't do that," and said, "Please just make the full pulls." And I said, "What if I wanted to slow down? Anyone can pull. It is not exclusive to tanks." And I said, "I'm not about that." And I said, if you want to, you go ahead. You pull, you tank, it is against TOS. I said, show me where. And he said, why did you queue up as a mentor? I queued high level, not as mentor, because I'm a mentor in the game.
Uh-huh.
And admittedly, yes, mentors are supposed to be put to a higher standard than others. But here's the thing. You dictating that shit is not okay.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna say that right now, that if people are going to try and do that, I'm not gonna be for that. So I apologize if I'm not really talking about that.
Okay, that's fine.
We're not really talking about that.
No, that's cool.
That he has a partnered badge and then gets like insecure about it and almost threatened by it because she doesn't have one, I guess. And then she makes up in her own head that this guy came into her stream to flex his badge and brag about being partnered when she isn't, which is just like so insecure and schizophrenic because he doesn't say this and he doesn't do that at all. She just makes up this narrative in her own head, gets angry about it, and then responds as if he's the one that said that when it's all imaginary. She's literally having an argument in the shower in her head. You know when you do that? Oh, I should have said this, I should have said that. This is what they really meant by that. But she's doing that in real time on stream without the shower.
I'm allowed to call you an asshole because what you did was asshole behavior. I don't give a fuck that you've got a partner badge.
This is just peak insecurity coming out, like seeing someone have something that you want and then getting threatened by that and then feeling like they're lording it over you when really the person is just existing. This happens to me sometimes when I'm out and I'm just like really tall. I'm a very tall person and people can get threatened by that. I've heard often things like this of like, oh, you're just standing over me and you're lording over me and we don't care that you're tall, and like I haven't said anything about that. People just get insecure and threatened and it comes out of them as if you're doing it at them, like you're being tall.
Streamer trying not to insert himself into the situation challenge. Impossible.
At them, you're having a partner badge at them, you're having money at them, you're having beauty at them, status at them. Like it's a really interesting thing that human beings do, and it all comes from insecurity, and it kind of reveals how they would behave if they had that status symbol that they're threatened by. Like,
again, that's a lot of projection, Mr. Streamer. Mr. Streamer, can you just report what you're talking about and the content that you're supposed to be summarizing for the audience at home? That's a lot of projection that he just did. And certainly it can happen, but that doesn't mean every situation. Oh no, I disconnected. It doesn't mean that every situation is the case that that's what's happening. If you get to the point where that's the viewpoint that you have, you are doing a lot of heavy lifting of what can only be called projection. And it's not a good thing to project that way. Because it's never going to be the way that you describe it. It's almost always going to be the case that you're just saying things and you're trying to like relate to the audience, but it does not come across like you're trying to relate. It comes across like you're trying to insert yourself in the story, like you're physically in the room with them when that happened. And that kind of communication, that rubs me raw. Because it's like, this is how it always works. Not always. Sometimes it works differently than that. But I don't know. Actually, no, I do know. It makes it seem like they're trying really hard to sell a situation for what it is, and it's like, bro, put the fries in the bag. I can see what she's doing. I can come to my own conclusions. Put the fries in the bag. Present the content, Mr. Content Creator.
Like someone going, oh, you're just trying to fucking flex your money at me, reveals how they would behave if they had money. Things like that, right? But what happens next is the most insane thing ever. And this is kind of scary. Peach then sees that the reason why Nessie hasn't streamed is because he says he's trying to focus on university. And she immediately goes to musing about whether or not he's a safe person to be around at that university, kind of implying that either he is a dangerous person or she could make it so that he is seen to be a dangerous person, which could get him booted out of university. This is like false allegations adjacent, like lording over him, like, oh, if I wanted to, if I found out where you went to uni, I could get you fucking kicked out.
To know what I'm gonna do. Marcus, you have an inkling of what I'm gonna do?
Worth that shit?
Yes! You are on camera admitting that you're going to falsify information. Why would I not report you to the school and say, this person has been stalking me online, this individual is a psychopath, please make sure this person does not have the ability to ruin my life or the life of anybody else. They are unhinged, and they clearly just want to hurt people. Boom. Allegations thrown out. Useless. Done. Now what do you got? Your approach isn't logic, right? When I say the way you play video games is the same way that you live your life, it sounds like it's the same accusation. But one is an observation, the other one is an accusation. So, she accuses him of being a monster because he tricked her into a free candy trap. Therefore, he must be a rapist. Where if I have a conversation with someone and I ask some very basic probing questions to get an idea of what their mind state is and what their philosophy about the world is, and they basically try to do what that one guy in that conversation did with me, where he's justifying using free kits as a crutch because he doesn't want to risk his own loot, and instead of just saying, yeah, I use the free kits because I don't want to risk my loot, he instead tries to find ways of sensationalizing or romanticizing the reason why he uses the loot. I don't want to lose my money when I'm going on runs to try and fulfill kill contracts, but I take my real stuff when I'm doing real missions. What becomes an observation for me becomes an accusation of character for her, because she's not stable in who she is and what she wants to value. That's really the takeaway you gotta have there. Like, this is behavior that if I was to do this, I would expect the most ardent members of my audience to mock the shit out of me. This is something that I would expect somebody to mock the shit out of me if I was to do this. I don't do this. So, female streamers on full display, not women, females. This is not a woman. This is a female. This is a person that shape changes from an amoeba into a dragon when they feel that they've been threatened and harmed.
People are safe being around you.
Is that not a very thinly veiled threat to...
Nigga, where's the veil? She just threatened him. You don't need to say thinly veiled. It's a threat. Huh?
Send some sort of allegations or accusations to the university about this guy if she knew where he went to university. That's such a weird and scary thing to say to somebody else. That's almost like a threat of doxing and life ruining for behavior in a video game. That's a really weird thing to say. And it's especially threatening when you see what this girl does when she does find out Nessie's full name and address. Because as we're going to get into later in the video, he ends up having to send that information to her. And what she does with that information is very revealing.
I don't know. Your vibes give off. Good luck with that. Yeah. Good luck. Goodbye. I don't want you in here. Goodbye. I don't care if you have a partner badge. I don't care if you have a partner badge.
So she's now mentioned the partner badge 3 times, completely unprompted, and yet she wants us all to believe that she doesn't care, which is interesting. Also, those 5 messages are all Nessie ever sent, but she keeps yapping like she's responding to things that he literally never said.
Going to uni? Oh, I'm a lawyer. Oh wait, no, my family member's actually a lawyer, not me. Sorry. Like, well, I don't give a fuck.
Now, whether this is like good luck, bad luck, or just a coincidence that means nothing, a couple of days after this happened, Nessie ends up running into this Twitch streamer Peach in-game again and kills her again.
Okay, the important part here is what happened in the encounter. Again, Mr. Streamer, please just put the content on screen. Stop trying to fucking editorialize with the fries in the bag. I'm gonna make a prediction. He found her in the game, he killed her, and then he antagonized her, referring to the event that already happened. And this is what motivated her to try and report him to the fucking Australian police. Hard lock.
Yeah, it's Peach. Peach something.
Isn't that the one that sent the
Yeah, she sent a
message
Steam.
on upgrades thing?
Yeah, she sent a Steam message on it.
Underneath there's a bag.
Oh, she's helping me.
Fuck, bro! I was being so nice to you!
I think I ran into you the other day.
Oh, you're the little c from the other night! The one who tried to
thought I recognized your voice.
Yeah, you're the one that was trying to flex his partner badge on Twitch. Guess what? You're still
She's going back to this partner badge thing again, like upset that he has one and she doesn't, and saying that he's trying to flex it on her, when really he was just kind of responding to a Steam comment that she left on his profile. It's such a weird thing to get fixated upon 2 days after it happened.
It auto equips.
I don't care, you can turn it off, bro. It literally is an option when you're in Twitch. But also, you've been reported for harassment on multiple levels by multiple people, and
Harassment on multiple levels from multiple people. What does that mean? I've reported you on harassment from multiple levels. Multiple levels of harassment. I have reported you for the crime of existing in the room with me. Therefore, it's multiple levels of harassment. I'm not sure I don't think that's a thing.
and towards Sea of Thieves too. People know exactly who you are and what piece of shit you are.
Where did this mention of Sea of Thieves come from? What? Did you go stalking through his profile to go find out what other video games he plays and you're just riffing off the top of your head?
For harassment for what you did. It's all recorded, it's all done. I don't care who the fuck you think you are, but you're done.
Wait, what did I do?
The fucking confusion on his voice. He killed a streamer in a video game and she's like, I know exactly who you are. I've reported you in multiple video games. You're done. Your life is over. What the fuck is going on? Honestly, this Nessie guy seems like a bit of an oblivious, nice, sweet dude who's just playing the game how he plays the game. And he's just run into a very vicious and malicious Twitch streamer who wants revenge for feeling silly.
He knows exactly what he did. There's no fucking way.
So after that unfortunate coincidence of them running into each other again, another unfortunate coincidence happens when a community manager for Ark Raiders is in Peach's chat talking to her about her experience with the game, asking her questions, talking to other people in the chat, something that a good community manager should be doing. But then
I don't think a community manager's job is to specifically hang out in a streamer's chat room and yap with the streamer while they're playing. It's a nice thing that you can do, but actually your job is to do what community managers actually need to do. What a community manager does is you are a liaison for the members that are a part of the organization that you are doing the managing as a moderator for the game in. So, how in Helldivers, it was supposed to be Vaccinator's job to stop those people that harassed Horse Sanctuary guy and doxed him and destroyed his life and blew it up because he wanted to do a challenge. Your job as a community moderator is to get on top of reports that you've gotten about behavior like that and then ensure that you are committing to what would basically be the support tickets that get bans for those people. That's what a community moderator is supposed to do. Is it good that the community moderator hangs out in, say, the stream of the popular content creators and basically ensures that advice that they give or tips that they give get back to the developer? That's a part of their job too. I know they really cheer about that happening in places like Deadlocked. The way that Lash now has the King K. Rool chest bump parry is because a streamer suggested it on camera as it being a thing that he should have to add, quote, flavor to the game. And therefore, that keeps them invested playing the video game because, oh my god, they listen to me. It's the kind of thing I would expect from Marvel Rivals, right? But for a full loop PvP game environment, I don't think it's the job of the community moderator to necessarily ask them prying questions about their game experience because they're just on the socials aspect of the side. They don't have anything to do with development. a member who's a part of the development team should probably do it. Unless it's like a quota thing. At which point, this is just my opinion of what I think they should do. Though having done the job myself, most people they don't want to have those conversations unless you're giving them something for free. So I would probably say just put the fries in the bag. Well, let's see what happens.
He raises that she has an issue about getting harassed in the video game, lying to the community manager, a report they take very seriously, as a good community manager should. If someone's genuinely being harassed, that has to be looked into and investigated. But unfortunately, Peach ends up telling a bunch of lies to this community manager and gets Nessie banned from the game for 30 days. For a normal player, a ban might not be a big deal. It'd be a little bit annoying, but Nessie is a content creator. You should check out his channel. I'll link it below. So this is something that can impact his livelihood in a negative way.
See, the problem there is that if he was a community moderator doing his job, all he would do is he would levy the information from her string chat. And the problem is that because this shit happened on camera, you would easily be able to find out she's lying. Right? Like, that's what the investigation would reveal. You'd go and ask, I want an investigation into this person. They were being this big poo-poo meanie doo-doo head. This person was tricking and harassing me. Okay, do you have a VOD of where it happened? Yes, it happened live on my camera. They look at the VOD, they never give you a call back. And in fact, you get banned for 30 days for attempting to lie to them. Then, when you ask for a question from said community mod, you instead get a real moderator that represents the actual legal of the game, and they send you the VODs back as, here's the proof that we're not going to do what you asked for because you're actually the problem in this situation. As easy as it comes, that should be what happens.
I'm being harassed by someone who plays this game, is a streamer, and yeah, it's a whole thing. And I was gonna ask if there's like an email address to 25%. Oh my god! If there's an email on the website to contact about it, because I've got evidence and stuff. Okay, Ken, thank you. I did not want to, like, you know, that helps immensely. Thank you.
I don't know what evidence she ended up sending to the community manager that got Nessie banned, but it must have left out the fact that she's the one that ended up going out of game first to sexually harass him, in her definition of the word, and talk shit about him. And she's the one that's been talking about him on her stream. I don't understand how him killing her twice in a video game where that is the explicit stated goal of the video game constitutes as harassment, especially when he was relatively polite, even though he did lie. He didn't say anything gross, he didn't say anything mean, he just killed her in the game, which is what you're supposed to do.
Got evidence and stuff.
After this, Nessie ends up getting suspended from Arc Raiders for 30 days. Who knows what she said to the community manager, but he ended up reaching out to that same community manager, telling his side of the story, and including 40 minutes of recorded material that encompass their entire interaction from start to end, and that community manager ends up unbanning him. So
yes, exactly. So justice was done. He got punished for something that wasn't real, and then he addressed it and said, actually, she's a lying whore. Here's what actually happened, and got his shit unbanned. So what happened next? Because that should be all. The story's done now. Like, she lied to the moderator. It didn't work. She got a ban herself. People rejoice.
Whatever she ended up showing to the community manager was obviously just complete lies, fabricated entirely, or left out crucial context, which was her calling him slurs, saying sexual things to him off the game, and so on. so forth. That community manager ends up responding saying, I see this is an uncomfortable situation. I would be happy to undo the ban, but I would need your assurance that any future interactions with Peach would cease. I'm happy to have the same conversation with her. Nessie agrees to this, which, you know, I think is fair. That's fine that they've had a negative interaction. It's distressed her a lot. Whatever, the best solution is to just separate them and make sure they don't interact again. It's not...
Now, the problem here is that this is what I would call the school method. The school method doesn't work. What do you mean, I need to separate you? We play the same video game. You can't separate me any more than you can stop me from playing the video game on my own time on another account. You might as well just suck my dick. The only way you could get somebody to separate in that fashion is that you have a queue that's designed for you to put ne'er-do-wells and negative people into it so that you don't have to deal with them inside of the bigger player base. But if you're doing that to people, then you have to admit that you're doing that in a way where they are effectively being punished for the crime of existing. And if they're being punished for the crime of existing, bro, you've got bigger fucking problems. What sounds like a bigger fucking problem? You got banned because a person bitched and whined and moaned about you? You got banned because a crazy lady made up a bunch of shit about you and made it sound as if you were being an obnoxious, toxic loser. Sounds a lot better if you just tell the truth of what happened. This woman flipped her shit. She decided to say that I was abusing her. I wasn't, but she lied. Then I had to go to the moderator, get it unbanned, and she continued to act more and more like a delusional person, and then I just wasn't having it. It seems pretty fucking pretty fucking cut and dry and open close. So she had to have done something extra. Because if you engage in an interaction again, the only thing that can really happen is that he has to just do the same thing he did in the first place. And that's what led to this drama in the first place. You show the encapsulation of the first interaction where you lured her into a trap, which was funny, and then you said nothing else. Where can she go from there?
Something that you can do with tools, but if they both promise to leave each other alone, that's a fine agreement. Nessie says if he does see her in-game, he'll just run away from her and not talk to her or leave the game, whatever they want.
Why would I leave the game because somebody's bitching and whining, saying that I said mean things to them that I didn't say? That's not fair. I should get the right to kill you in the video game. I can say nothing to you and then move on with my merry day. I don't have to run away from you in the video game. What? Contractually licensed community manager punishment? I literally can't fight back if I see them? Hello? In what fucking world would anybody ever agree to that? In a full loop PvP game. Sorry, member of Laughing Coffin, you can't be able to do that. We've been getting notices that you've been harassing new players in the 1 through 40 zone on a level 40 twink. You can't do that to people, but if you promise to never PK in the zone again, and you don't say things like, nothing like what you said, because you didn't say anything, they just complain saying it's unfair that you killed them, then we'll think about something we'll do instead of this. No. Huh? Absolutely not.
While this is all getting sorted out with the community manager, Nessie makes a video defending himself and explaining why he's been banned from Arc Raiders over false reports, mass reports. He makes this video, and this video gets copyright claimed by Peach. This is the copyright claim. Now, for those of you who don't understand copyright claims, this is a very serious official legal procedure. YouTube has no controls over this. If someone files a copyright claim, whether it's true or false, YouTube has to take the video down. And as we can see in this report, it's obviously a false claim because Peach has said that the content that was copyrighted was Nessie's entire video. This is impossible because Nessie commentates over the top of it. He transforms it. This is all fair use. It's covered under fair use laws and YouTube's terms of service itself. And it's impossible for the entire video to be Peach's because he speaks in it. So it's just a false claim. One of the most difficult and frustrating things about getting a copyright claim, especially a false one, is that to respond to it and to say that it is false to get your video put back up, you have to send the person person who sent the copyright claim your full legal name and address. This is so that if the claim is legitimate, that information can be used to sue the person and YouTube can just wipe their hands of it and it can be resolved in court. This is how the system should work for legitimate claims, but when they're false claims, it's just kind of a tool that allows a malicious actor to get your full legal name and address off you, which can be used for God knows what. And as we can see, Peach uses this information in a nefarious and malicious way, in my opinion.
I had to, and I had no...
Do you have to say, in your opinion, when a person chooses to copyright troll for the purposes of doxing a user, you don't have to say, in my opinion, this is for a nefarious purpose. If he lives in a place where you can go to jail for cybercrimes because of how they have harassment policies work, it's just fucking evil. Again, white women, but it's just fucking evil. It doesn't matter who.
idea this was really the whole system, but to get my video back that I worked hard on, I had to send a counterclaim or a counter notification, whatever it's called. I had to give Peach directly my full legal name, my street address, my city, and my phone number and my email. She got all of that just to fight the copyright claim, where all she had to provide was her email address, her publicly accessible email address that's like linked to her Twitch.
That, I think, is the biggest issue with the copyright system at the moment. I understand that we need a copyright system. YouTube does just have to take...
The simple fact of it is that the way that the copyright claim system currently exists is it has to be changed. It puts the power in the form of the attacker, not any kind of pushback power in the form of the defender. Why am I doxing myself when they are risking absolutely nothing of exposure? Basically, it's basically the nature of the behavior that we just finished discussing earlier. She risked nothing. She tried to get something over on him. When she got the ban, she probably would have left it there, but because he was then able to push the ban back and then tried to tell his side of the story, which is taking the spotlight away from her, she then lies about what he says and does. And to ensure that his narrative can't be heard, she claims the content. I've talked about this before. In a just and fair system, you ban these people out of content creation. And the way you do that is you take them to court, you make a precedent, and in that court case where the precedent's made, you make it routine that when a person falsely uses systems like this to be able to create the falsification of a narrative for the purposes of antagonizing and punishing somebody, you permanently ban them off the internet for 5 to 10 years. Like, guaranteed. You write it as a part of the procedure. If it is done in good faith, then it can be simply lawyer fees and whatever the settlement and or ruling is done by the judge. If a person does copyright trolling, automatic, banned off the internet 5 to 10 years. You can never use social media for 5 to 10 years. In any capacity. So this basically kills your ability to be an influencer. Because if you can't talk about your life online, you don't have the ability to make content. And the reason I frame it this way is this is designed to do a very specific job. If you ban her off the internet, 1 week is like a month in the internet. 1 week is like a month is like a year is like 10 years, 5 to 10 years, completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. You don't have any momentum to carry your career onwards. Everybody will have moved on from you. Nobody will have anything to say about your content. Unless you're a really funny person and they're really exciting to know as a person, no one's going to hang around. So minimum 5 to 10 year ban.
Content down immediately when they get copyright claims. I haven't thought of a better way to do this other than when someone is making a claim, they should have to submit their own full name and address, because I think that it gives equal rights to both the claimer and the claimant. Right?
It doesn't. Because the problem is that if they want to do this, they'll just use a shell company. We haven't learned this lesson since The Last of Us Part 2. When Neil Druckmann wanted to strike down all the videos that were going to be talking about the video game, even without ever using the development kit link, he specifically used a shell company. So, he uses a shell company to get away with it, and it's like, I didn't do that, this company did. But you're the person who owns the company. Well, you're going to have to prove that in court. And it never goes to court, because they used a fucking shell company.
Right? Where in the sense that if I have to dispute a copyright claim, I have to give them my address so that I can sue them. But if someone files a false copyright claim, I don't get their name and address so that I can sue them for the false claim. It's not fair. There's a power imbalance there. And I think that if Peach had to send her full name and address to someone to file a copyright claim, a false one, she might have thought twice about doing it. If she truly thought it was legitimate, she would be happy to fight it in court. Instead, what happens next is that as soon as Peach gets Nessie's full name and address, she uses that information to file a police report.
Peach has now on Twitter alleged to being in the process of filing a police report on the partner Twitch streamer who keeps harassing and stream sniping me and causing people to send death threats to me.
That is not something that
Yeah, that right there, that's the reason why it's 5-10-year ban. That reason right there, and reasons like that. You take his information, you report him to the police, where he lives, and you lie and say he's cyber stalking you. I don't know if y'all motherfuckers know, but they do not take cyber harassment as a joke in Australia. They don't take it as a joke in Australia. They don't take it as a joke in Canada. They don't take it as a joke in specific states inside of the United States. They don't take it as a joke over the EU. Obviously, you have a license for that joke. You have a license to say the N-word. Nope, down to the booker with you. This kind of action could put a person in jail for the rest of their lives. Because they railroad niggas over in Australia. They railroad niggas in Australia.
Someone can cause someone to do without explicitly saying it. That's just the internet itself being toxic. It's obviously not good, but it's not something that you can...
3-strike system. First offense is set bail. Second offense is 5 to 10 ban. Third offense is banned for life. Maybe. Yes. Maybe. I feel like set bail gives them like a one-off. It gives them a one-off where they can be able to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to harass this guy, and then I'm going to pay the fees to have to fuck with him. I think it probably should be something with set bail and another consequence.
Send a third party to jail for. What the fuck did she even say to the police? Hello? I need to file a police report. Someone lied to me in a video game, and then they killed me, and I lost some virtual loot. I'm fearing for my life. No wonder actual victims of harassment and sexual violence do not get the time or the resources that they deserve to work through their claims and to get justice when people like this are clogging up the system with bullshit reports of harassment that just break down to having an uncomfortable experience in a fucking video game.
Yes, very much so. Now make it male and do it the same way. I promise you're not going to have the same opinion.
Now, if you thought this behavior wasn't damning enough, Peach, in follow-up tweets, also admits to filing a false copyright claim against Nessie to get this information. Here she is, in her own words on Twitter. He made a hate video about me, so naturally I reported it to the e-safety commissioner, and he still won't stop, so now I'm reporting it to the police. I also copyright strike the video to YouTube, as they are a nightmare to talk to about harassment, bullying, and death threats. None of which happened in his video. He didn't send any death threats in the video. He wasn't harassing her. He was responding to her, getting him banned using false information, which has been proven because the person that banned him apologized to him and unbanned him. So After he killed her in a video game, she sent a false copyright claim, got his full name and address, used that information to report him to the police for harassment and to the E-Safety Commissioner. Now, the E-Safety Commissioner is a new government branch here in Australia that could literally use their powers and whatever false information she may have sent to them to get his entire channel taken down and have him charged by police. This is such an insane overreaction to a mildly negative experience in a video game that it makes you wonder if Peach should be a content creator at all. If this is her response to...
The answer is no. She shouldn't be a content creator because she can't handle it. That's the simple answer. She shouldn't be a content creator because she cannot handle interactions where she has to interact and engage with people who she's interacting and interfacing with. Because every single time you do anything to her, she's a victim. There is no having a conversation with a person like that. You just have to get them out the fucking video game. If you were to let them remain in the video game, they'll do this to other people, and they'll make a victim out of everyone else while they continue to say that they did nothing wrong. I still can't hear shit in my ear. Fucking Christ.
An opportunity for content, which is, let's be real, this is what it could have been. This could have been a hilarious clip where she crashes out and gets angry. It could be a chance for her to get revenge on the guy and they could make a video together or whatever the fuck. There's so many things that could have been built from this in a positive manner. But instead, she's used it as an opportunity to try and ruin this guy's life. Who knows if she found out what university he goes to and started to say that he was an unsafe person there, like she alluded to earlier. This is so fucking crazy that it makes you wonder if she is built for content creation in the first place. I'm thinking no.
So for anyone who didn't catch it, let's have a look at the series of events. False copyright strike. Into all of Nessie's personal information acquired. Into allegedly filing a police report over nothing.
Cooks. Simply cooks. I hope I don't actually have police show up at my door because I killed someone in a video game.
And that, in a nutshell, is the biggest problem with the YouTube copyright system. It enables people who file false claims to further harass people who are on the receiving end of those false claims. This woman not only copyright struck the video, which is devastating in and of itself. It sucks to put so much effort into a video that may have been going well and then the copyright strike just cuts all momentum out of it. It gets taken down for everyone and it's illegitimate, so it's just a fucking waste of time. But in addition to that, to add insult to injury, you then have to send your full name and address to the person who is sending false claims so that they can use that information to further harm you. I really do think that if anything can be changed about the YouTube copyright system, it really does have to be that the person filing the claim has to put their full name and address into that claim, because it just adds this barrier of entry. It makes them think twice before doing so, and it just enables an even balancing of information trade that allows the person on the receiving end of the copyright strike the opportunity to do their own form of legal action if they want to, if they truly believe that the claim is illegitimate and harassment. So yeah, anyway, shout out to Nessie Does. I hope this gets resolved. I hope that no police end up knocking at his door. I hope that this doesn't escalate further with the E-Safety Commissioner. The reason I'm making this video is because I think we need more eyes on it in case it does escalate, because we know the E-Safety Commission, it's a new body and it's being inundated with work because of false bullshit like this, so their claims move slowly. So the nightmare scenario would be for everyone to forget about this, and 6 months down the line when no one cares, he gets a knock at the door, and I would hate for that to happen. So shout out to Nessie Does, and also check out Theb's channel, who made a great breakdown. That's where all of these clips are from, because all of the videos on Peach's channel and on Nessie's have been nuked because of copyright claims and trying to hide evidence. So yeah, that's the video. Thank you very much for watching. Come and see me live, louspears.com. The comedy festival starts this week in Melbourne. 18 shows, not many tickets. Get yours, and I'll see you there.
Okay, so pretty much open and shut. Female Karen gets rope-a-doped on the internet, gets angry at the person who kills her, does Karen behavior, pulls his information, and then reports him to the Canadian government, or excuse me, not Canadian government, this will be the Canadian government, but reports him to the government in general to try and punish him for the crime of having killed her in a video game. Yeah, she kind of really needs to be bullied. Like, not even kind of, sort of, she needs to be bullied. That shouldn't be legal. Alas, I know what people are going to say. You're going to remove their internet rights? They can't handle doing things on a daily basis. You're willingly abusing a system of law to abuse an innocent system. Innocent victim. It's like calling the cops on grandma because you watered your lawn. You're wasting tax money. You effectively did the same thing that a young nigga would do. True. Yes, 100%. Yeah, bail and a 30-day ban from the internet is good. I think setting bail and a 30-day ban for the internet would actually be a good first strike for a 3-strike policy system. Because, you know, as a streamer and as a content creator, if you ban them from the internet, that just means that they can't be live, right? So they can record and pre-record content, and then they can just put everything up after 30 days. Now, of course, I don't expect people to actually follow through with the least of the law, but it's the difference between they didn't make noise for themselves. It's kind of like driving with a suspended license, or driving without your license on you because it's like, it's too much work to go home and go get my shit. I gotta go halfway across town and go back to my loft and grab my license. I can just drive around. It's fine. It's kind of like that. If you take the risks, the consequences can be very high. Because at that point, then everybody else can punish you with the system. Which, that's just what goes around comes around, I suppose. Certainly there are ways that people could abuse that as well, but I think the way that people would view that situation is that they'd see they'd see the situation happen, and they'd be like, well, what did you do? And when you tell them, oh yeah, I did a false DMCA strike so I could harass somebody over the internet by antagonizing them with the police, that they're going to be like, okay, no, you deserve what's happening to you, and in fact, I'm going to make sure that you get more punishments because you're currently breaking your fucking lease. I probably think that many people would think of it like that, and certainly if a person actually is doing that, that would be probably appropriate. That's really gay. That's really stupid. Please remove these kinds of people from content creation because they don't need to be making. They don't need to be making videos. They don't need to be making videos whatsoever. Ow, my ear. It hurts to burp. Okay. Let's look at another piece of content while we're here. The time is 2:39 p.m. We can probably do another video and then we'll be fine. So, which one? I guess we can look into the leftist infighting on Reddit. From Haas, how I defeated Reddit by doing nothing. Jesus Christ, that is an hour long. I guess we can't do that one because that's way too long. Let's see here. The Mikey No More Year of the Horse stream. That's 3 hours. No less mas. No less mas.
I'm glad that I don't know what is up with people from that fucking particular server. Good God. Like, I don't know what.
What server are you thinking of?
It is from Final Fantasy 14. So there's different sectors of the server that people are, from and all that. There's a particular area called Brynhilder, and I don't know why, but the people from that particular spot of the server, like the data center, are all just assholes, and all are hyper elitist. That is what I'm referring to. Because that person I was like kind of going like, what the fuck is their problem? They're from that server, and I've had people in the past behave like that. I don't know what it is with them, but they behave like that shit, and I hate it.
I see.
Yes. Sorry if that seemed confusing, but that I was just like, people from that server aren't good people.
Only marginally.
I don't know what is.
Only marginally.
Because I've noticed for like every single time that I'm around them, they just behave in like the most unprofound, like it is the fact that they insist upon themselves that my way is the right way and your way is all sorts wrong. I'm like, can you shut the fuck up and let me just play the goddamn game? Yeah, sure, mentor, whatever. Yeah. We can talk about how the mentor system is kind of a bad system and all that shit. And you can suck my nuts. Because you basically threatening to get my account banned is not the way you want to kind of come at people.
Mm-hmm. Oh Christ. This thing is broken as hell. What else do we have here that you all suggested to me? The Rob's Media videos of the crimes of One True King? Don't feel like there's enough time for that. I'm scrolling up through Afropic. Don't really see anything else. So I suppose this is where we'll end for today, everyone. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything of value. Nope. Okay, so I guess we'll just end here for today. Watch my back.
You all take care. It was good talking. Really enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, that's probably a tight 4 hours and 45-ish minutes before 5 hours. So, thank you for people who gave money, which includes both Boster and Exocrusher, because Boster did it like, I think he did it on a stream that I was on and I was there, but it was like very late at night. Thank you for everyone for listening and watching. I'll have more news for you next week. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. And if you like the content of my stream and you would like to know more, please go to the Carl and Carl-related accessory gift shops in order to subscribe and know more. Consider becoming a member of the Negrohood. Get your timeshare and become a member of the Negrohood HOA. And join the United Negro Carl Fund. Because a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. Shabbat shalom.
Also, don't.
Yes, go ahead.
Also, don't run into me in marathon. You will get smacked across the mouth. I do apologize in advance.
Kappa. So, hello, good morning, good night, bon nuit. We will see you all next time.
Indeed.
Goodbye, everyone.
Take care.